Democracy is messy. Go all the way back to the founder of the country. Deal with the women's movement, the right to vote. Deal with the civil rights movement. Democracy is messy, and it always will be messy to get something out of it. You're trying to get to the pearls of wisdom, the pearls, the gold, the diamonds, but it's a messy process. It's not pretty all the time. It's never been pretty all the time. Any of you all that understand and know history, it's always a little messy. But we perfected some things in this country that allow us to make change and evolve and do good. Right now, we're not doing good because under these circumstances that happen to our fellow members, we're trying to crucify them when there were other measures that could be taken. There are other measures that could be taken that could have driven the point home as it relates to what we want to see, decorum and order. Other things could have been taken, but we opted out because we're angry to seek the nuclear option. When you drop a nuclear bomb, you destroy everything. You never use a sledgehammer to kill a gnat with. We are dropping the nuclear option on one of our fellow members. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that dog bites twice. Comes back to bite you in your butt too. We should not go to the extreme of expelling our members for fighting for what many of the citizens want to happen, whether you agree with it or not. Is there the right way to do things? Of course there is. Many of y'all probably secretly admire the courage of our young members and glory. You probably admire the courage. How many of y'all can remember how you acted when you were 20 years old, 25 years old? If there's a video camera around, I bet you don't want to see that. Our conduct. Some of us are older and we did not have everything that we did on tape today. So you make allowances for our young people to grow and to become, because regardless, at some point, they're gonna have to run this country. I'm encouraging some compassion. Don't vote for this expulsion of any of our members. I didn't vote for the Jeremy Durham expulsion. I thought it was wrong. It was wrong then, and it's wrong today. They should not be expelled for fighting for something that many of the citizens of the state of Tennessee want. Let's think deeply, let's think caringly, and let's show we have the ability to lead with a good heart. Speaker, thank you.
Representative Farmer. Pass. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I've thought long and hard what I needed to say to y'all. It's simple. We all need more black Jesus. That guy with the woolly hair and the bronze feet. Now that truth is what we base our lives on. So I'm not surprised that we're here. I'm disappointed, and to a great extent, just disgusted. I was here when Kent Williams became Speaker. The chaos, the confusion, threats against his life, it all happened right here on this floor. And you know who led that? My Republican colleagues. neither I nor any of my Democratic colleagues jumped up and demanded their resignations or demanded that they be hauled before the ethics committee, much less demand that they be expelled. And after he was elected speaker, listen to me, he had to have the Tennessee Highway Patrol to escort him from his desk to the speaker's podium. Speaker, you were here. If you weren't here, you need to listen to this because it's scary. It is scary. I watched how men and women went from gentlemen and gentle ladies into monsters. It was the worst possible scene that I have ever seen and that you could ever imagine on the floor of the House. But let's talk about why we're here. We're here because 3 9-year-olds and 3 adults were murdered at school.
Hello. Oh,
Should
you can hear me.
one of the
People were talking about
safest
Black
places
Jesus.
you could be in your life.
So I wanted to
I
show you
can't
Black
imagine
Jesus.
the trauma that these young folks will have to live with for the rest of their lives. I can't imagine the trauma that their parents will have to experience every time they leave the house going to where? School.
There you go. 2-word
And
prompt.
it's
That's,
something
I'm an
that we could
expert.
have acted on last session before that,
Which one do you guys
the
like?
session before that, and we chose not to. These young folks came in, refused to be a prisoner of procrastination, and demanded justice. That's why we're here. They demanded justice for those children and justice for those hundreds of children who have died across Tennessee over the years. I'm happy that we've
Waiting for a
started
new
to move
picture of Black
on
Jesus for
legislation
everybody.
that will help to mitigate the problem so that our classrooms and our playgrounds don't become killing fields in Tennessee. I'm grateful for the work that we've done. But I tell you, young, gifted, intelligent, and Black, I'm proud of him. He broke rules. He did not break the law. This is, in spite of what my colleague said, this is the death penalty, because if he's expelled, he will no longer be a part of this process. So I urge you, do the right thing. Vote like you were voting for your seatmate.
Representative, thank you. Representative Gant, you pass. All right. Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So they expelled the black
We're
guy,
setting a
or one
precedent
black guy,
today
not the black
that-
guy, a black guy.
A lot of you in here, including myself, you better think long and hard about it. You know, there's been many of us in here, and you know who you are. There's rules that are broken. I mean, there's been many a time we've had debate on this floor. I've gotten hot. Another member's gotten hot. I know of 2 instances of 2 people in pretty high level positions on the other side have come back here to my desk and threatened bodily harm. Do I say we ought to jump up and throw them out of here for that? No, in the moment, they lost their temper. They lost their composure because they believed what they believed. They were willing to fight for what they believed in. You got to admire that. So I'm sorry if you're sitting in here and you're not willing to fight for what you believe in. I understand you've got to be composed, but every now and then you're going to lose it. Even the best of us are going to lose it. But today, you set this precedent that you're going to throw him out of here for breaking a rule. I've said it before and I've said it again. I've had some people sit beside me on this House floor. I've had to look up the aisle at a former speaker that there's not a jail cell that he doesn't deserve to be in, and have to sit here and look at that. And I didn't hear a peep out of anybody saying we ought to toss him out of here. And everybody knew it wasn't a rule he broke. There wasn't a felony he didn't see, he didn't want to break. But not a soul said a thing about it. We all just, we'll let the process work itself out. You know, I had somebody sit beside me, multiple teenage girls say things that should make us all cringe about that member. No one wanted to do anything about that. But we're going to throw a young man out today who had the audacity to fight for what he believes in. I hope you have the audacity to fight for what you believe in. If not, there's the door. You shouldn't be here. If you're not willing to do what it takes to make change, to make this state better, to make your community better, you're probably in the wrong place. But do people lose their composure sometimes? Yes, they do. Guilty as charged right here. I'll be the last one to throw that rock. But if you're going to set this precedent, you better think long and hard about it. And you better hold up to that standard. You better not look at beside the name and see if it's a D or an R beside the name. You better look and say, they broke a rule. You know, somebody may have been videotaping on the House floor. You can hear the speaker say recess.
Hey, everybody.
In the video.
I see some people in the chat. I just came home. I had a delivery that came almost all the way home, and I was like, All right, so I heard about this. They're kicking out this is in Tennessee, where the mass shooting was with the trans person. And some Democrats marched with people for gun stuff, restrictions or something. And then for some reason they're kicking them out, and they just voted to expel this one black guy that you see right now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I feel very disappointed. I've been excited about democracy. I've been excited.
If you want to support the grift, just drop a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/lifttheveil.
And really, it's just disappointment is what comes to mind. Representative Jones, you've had a difficult time. You look at everything through the lens of race. Those are your experiences, and that's perfectly understandable. But sincerely, after becoming elected, you should be celebrating. You really should be. You should join the House, become one of us, make the transformation from being a person who, yes, we've known you demonstrating a lot, mobilizing the community, but make the transformation to be a representative who represents. You claim that you have 78,000 people to represent. You claim that you have 78,000 people to represent. But sir, you have not done that. You have mainly interrupted the proceedings. You have attacked fellow representatives. You have attacked the chairman almost in all committees. That is not representing your people. That is not going to bring credit to the people that you claim to represent. I'm an immigrant, everybody knows. I have been in this country for 53 years. And when it was 50 years, you recognized me for that. It was a celebration in my mind and for my family. In those 53 years in America, I have never encountered a racial slur. I'm really not aware that any of that applies to me. I live a good life. Yet, you on tape call me a brown face. Yes, sir, it's on tape. It's on tape. Okay, you can't deny that. Wow, I said it's on tape. Okay, you called me that. After the committee meeting on that same day, you walked up to me. You had no business coming up to me. You were sitting a row or two ahead of me. You shoved your finger in my face and said, Kumar, they will never accept you. You said it twice, and you were so intimidating that the sergeant at arms, without my invitation, came and intervened between us. Sir, that is very disappointing. You did that. I was there.
Hang on, Chairman Clemens, you have a question?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. He's talking about things that aren't the subject of the resolution.
Well,
I don't know that he's even telling the truth, but he's definitely not talking about anything that's subject of the resolution.
Well,
The
Mr.
events that took place on this floor.
Chairman Clemens, I'd be careful about the language that you use because that would impugn his reputation, which we had conversations about a few weeks ago. So I would be careful. You didn't go there, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, there's like lots of talk
We
about
have
like
given
white
latitude to the
supremacy.
representative
That's
in the
like,
well who's made many accusations against
crazy,
me
man.
and other members of this House. I'll ask Chairman Kumar to stay on the topic of today, but I would advise you then that everybody in this chamber, including as the representative in the well, to stay on the topic and germane to the conversation.
so at least one guy got expelled. There was a vote before I started streaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wrap it up by saying that it is disappointing that you have insulted this body. You have insulted your colleagues. You have insulted the House of Representatives in the state of Tennessee. You have insulted our speaker. You have personally insulted me. And part of that is on tape, sir. I implore you that let us take it from here, whether you are expelled or not, but please, come on, you are a talented young man. You have a lot to offer, but offer it in a way that people are accepting of your ideas. Join the society where you celebrate your achievements. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Jones.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And there's a lot to unpack there, Representative Kumar.
Okay, so this is the guy I think got expelled. Meteor Dream says, Nathan, a lot of Indians
I don't even know
think
where to
they are
start, to be
white.
honest. I mean,
Indians and Chinese are considered
it's
white
sad,
adjacent.
what you just stated to me, and that's what this is really about. He said,
So I'm not surprised
you see everything under the lens of race.
because, like, you know,
When you join this body, you
they're
should just
not
become one of
oppressed,
us.
apparently.
Just assimilate. That's very disappointing to hear, my friend. And what I told you was what you just exhibited. As the only member of their caucus who is not of the Caucasian persuasion, I said that you put a brown face on white supremacy.
There you go. This is where
That's
it
what
gets.
All right,
stated.
Representative Jones, Chairman
That's where it's
Clemens,
like-
you know that
it's like, come on,
out
dude.
of line if you're moving down Chairman Kumar. We've asked people to stay on Jermaine. I
See?
asked to stay on Jermaine. He made his He made a statement right there. I got it. We're not going down there. You got your response. You have it, Chairman Clemens.
Yeah. See, it's like,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think he has an opportunity and the right to defend himself from allegations that were asserted on the floor. I think if the record needs to be corrected, he has every right in this hearing to correct the record and state the facts.
So I
Thank you,
just
Mr.
want, for the record, you're okay with going off of the resolution and not saying germane. Because I ruled him out of order and made him go to a different direction based on your point of order.
Yeah, because he started saying people are like
Chairman
racist and
Clemens?
stuff.
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. Of course, he continued to speak. And once the toothpaste comes out of the tube on an allegation like that, I think it's right to correct the record, if only briefly. And I know my colleague will stay on the resolution from here on. But I think those types of allegations deserve a response. Thank you.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And continuing in response to Representative Kumar's egregious statements, he stated that he has never heard a racial slur. I heard one in this body not too long ago when Representative Sherrill recommended that we should bring back lynching
That's not a slur.
in this body.
That's not a racial slur. I mean, it's not cool.
And so I'll move on.
It's not a racial slur.
The statement and recommendation of Representative Kumar was that I would not be up for expulsion if I just assimilated, if I just conformed, if I just confined myself, as he has done, to be accepted by this body. He said that you attack chairman. Let's unpack that. Me asserting the voice of my district is what he is referring to. Me ensuring that the rules are followed in committee and raising points of order and points of parliamentary inquiry when the chairman acts against the rules is what he is talking about. Me asserting the voice of the 78,000 people of District 52 to him is an attack. To me is upholding my responsibility as a legislator. And so no, I did not come in this body expecting to be accepted by this side of the aisle. I came here to serve the people of District 52 and to do good work and to force conversations that we have to have in this body. Because so many times I sit in these committees and the bill he's talking about, we try to censor conversations. He was talking about a bill where we were censoring conversations on race, censoring what kids can learn in school because it makes people uncomfortable to talk about Black history. And he expected me to be censored as a equally elected representative to not talk about the history of racism in America when he made those egregious statements in Government Operations Committee. He expected me to sit there and conform and accept things because that is the only reason that he's been accepted by these members here. But I don't want acceptance from you. I want acceptance from the people of my district. I don't want approval from you. I want approval from the people of my district. Because I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to make a change for my community.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, Representative Jones represents the 52nd district, and I represent the 53rd district. So our districts touch.
It shouldn't be funny when someone just says,
We represent a lot of the same communities. We represent a lot of the same polling locations. And the voters of his district knew and know the type of person that Justin Jones is. Representative, you never hid the fact from the voters of your district that you're an activist, that you have been arrested. You never hid that. They knew that. Is that correct?
Representative Jones.
That's correct. In fact, Chairman Faison recently said, wasn't your slogan from the jailhouse to the State House when he introduced me to a member of Congress who was visiting a couple weeks ago? I never hid who I was and talked about the history and necessity for good trouble in this body.
Representative Powell.
Members, I was with Representative Jones the day he was elected. I was at the polling location with him. I helped him pick up signs, his signs, after the polls closed. I was there when the vote tally sheet was put up on the wall that showed that he had won his election. The people of Tennessee, each one of us, we represent different districts and different communities. We bring our experiences up here. That is what's wonderful about a representative democracy. And the people of District 52 knew and they know who Representative Jones is. And I have all the confidence in the world that they believe his message and everything that he's done to fight for his community. Members, I said this, and I'll say it again. I was in a third grade class the day of the shooting, reading down the street from this school to my son's class, full of third graders. When that shooting occurred, I was concerned that that might be my child's school. I didn't know.
Lots of appeals to emotion so far.
I have spent every day, and I said, this is a very difficult time. But members, I don't know why we are here today debating Justin Jones breaking the House rules. And yes, he voted against the House rules. I voted against the House rules. I had concerns about limiting debate and cutting off debate would cause issues, and it has caused issues amongst this body. But we are spending now unprecedented amount of times on this floor dealing with this issue. I had to leave here Monday night after this resolution was introduced and go to my son's Little League field and see red ribbons surrounding the outfield.
Wait, I already heard this.
In memory of William Kinney, who was murdered.
Hold on a second.
And I'm outraged. And we should all be outraged.
66 votes.
Sorry.
All right. Representative Bolso.
Guess what? Okay, guess what? For some reason, okay, guess what? I appreciate you guys. You guys are cool. I have something to tell you that's really terrible. Okay. It's okay. It'll be all right. We'll fix it. But what we were just watching already happened. That's why I was like, oh, I've heard this before. We just got to the part I heard, I don't know, 30 minutes ago. So we were watching the part before the votes. Now there's the votes. And that's happening right now. So anyway, sorry about that. Doing my best. Doing my best. Thanks, Fortune, for the coffee. I appreciate it. Yeah, I am supposed to be working right now. So if anybody wants to drop a coffee, I appreciate it.
On behalf of witnesses, what we are
See
about
if there are
to
any
do
riots.
is to ask the representative from Knox County questions. It would be highly inappropriate as a substantive matter to allow attorneys to respond to questions that the representative is obligated to respond to under our rules of procedure. For both of those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I oppose this motion.
So I don't know what's going on now. I'll try to catch you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. To my new representative on the House floor, this is not to be run like a courtroom. This is not a shop that adheres to the rules of the court. This is our body, and we can do those things. They've never been where we cannot make a motion in the middle of a situation or a scenario like this. If it were you there, I would do the same thing, because if she needs her legal counsel to share something as it relates to the law and something that's going to help her defense, she should be allowed to do it. It's not taking the skin off anybody's back, but it's just giving her fair process and making the body admit or adhere to the integrity that it has had. So I still like for that motion to carry, sir. I really would.
Representative Keene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in this process, a film was shown, a clip, and had not been shared with our colleagues who were essentially on trial. And I mean, if we're going to have equity, if we're going to have fairness, I really question, I'm asking.
Anyway, let me tell you. I'm going to tell you guys my opinion about it, which I don't know. Everything I think is always a little controversial, but I don't know why I don't know why they had to do it. That's just me though. Just seems like it's like turning that guy into like Black Jesus, right? I guess that's why people are saying Black Jesus. I don't know why, but it is kind of, and that guy obviously is kind of
Counsel can respond.
isn't that cool?
Asked a question or
But it makes him like a hero, right?
Not to answer.
I don't know.
for
That's just my opinion.
Representative
Sorry if it's
Johnson.
controversial.
I know that Representative Johnson, under the rules, can seek counsel to answer a question and then respond herself. But the motion is, just to be clear, that if a question is posed to the council, they may respond. I just want to make sure we're clear about that.
Chairman Clemens, I understand. You ready to vote?
Okay, so there's going to be more votes. One guy got expelled. Let me
I
see.
think there was the statement by the freshman representative was off point on that matter. Thank you.
Correct. We'll take that under advisement. Any objection to calling the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor
There we
of
go.
the motion, vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed, vote no.
Unfinished business. Motion to adopt. Motion to suspend the rules. Don't know what that is.
Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 21, 67 nays.
Motion fails.
Fails.
Representative Bolso.
To suspend the rules. Don't know what that was.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, the resolution states that at approximately 10:49 a.m., you and your colleagues gathered at your desk. That is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I'm not certain on the time, but that's probably right. They're very close.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resolution goes on that you and your colleagues moved in unison to the well. That also is a true statement, correct?
Oops.
Representative Johnson.
Sorry. Is the sound fucked up?
Yes, we did walk to
I
the
don't know.
well together.
The sound might have been fucked up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resolution goes on.
Sorry about my
that
language.
You and your colleagues began shouting without recognition. That is true, correct?
Representative Johnson.
No, sir, that is not true. This resolution is my understanding. It's about me. I went to the well and I did not speak. And as a matter of fact, I will say that when my colleagues spoke, they were not yelling because this microphone was on. And as long as this microphone was on, and I don't even remember which colleague it was, I stood with them. But as long as this microphone was on, they spoke to the microphone and did not yell. When the microphone was cut and the speaker called recess, I think that's when the megaphone came out. But I absolutely never yelled. This is about me as I understand it with this resolution.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's just walk through it slowly. You will agree that your two colleagues, one from Shelby County, one from Davidson County, used a bullhorn to address the gallery, correct?
Representative Johnson.
It is correct that a small megaphone was used. And yes, I stood with my colleagues, but the video showed what I was doing.
Okay, she's one of the ones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the video shows that you were chanting with your colleagues, correct?
Yeah, this is up there.
I believe that the charges were that I was yelling and I was not yelling.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But my question, Representative, was this. Do you agree that you were in the well
I
chanting?
guess that's her.
Representative Johnson.
I agree that I was in the well, But I can tell you that my voice was no louder than the members having conversations all around this room during the recess.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's put volume to one side. We saw on the videotape, did we not, that you were chanting, quote, "Enough is enough," close quote.
Representative Johnson.
That's probably true, yes, but it was not yelling, and my voice was no louder than the conversations going on in this room, even occasionally some yelling a little bit across the floor to each other. That was also going on. I stood with my colleagues. I stand with my colleagues. And we may have broken a House rule coming to the well, but much of this document is false.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will agree that you also were chanting from the well, quote, "Power to the people," close quote, and quote, "No action, no peace," close quote. You chanted both of those slogans from the well, correct?
What's the well? I don't even know what that is.
What I'm going to say to you is I did not speak in a voice
Why
louder
is this not
than
filling
any
my
other member
screen?
on this floor. You may make of it what you will.
What's up with that?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you.
Should be the whole screen.
Mr.
I don't know
Speaker.
why it's.
Representative, we can certainly agree
Oh,
on
I
this.
s-
You
I
were
guess I see.
speaking from
No,
the
that's not
well
right.
without having been recognized by the speaker, correct?
Representative Johnson.
During the recess, yes, we did that.
Representative Bolso.
You also agree that you approached the well without recognition from the speaker, correct?
Representative Johnson.
As I said, I may have broken a rule in approaching the well, but much
Hang on, she gets to continue. Representative Johnson.
of what is in this document is false.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a sad day that I rise, but I'm going to start up really trying to focus on the positive. I'm from Knox County.
Sorry.
As is Representative Johnson. I may call her Gloria because we're friends. But for those of you all that don't know, and I like the fact that Representative from Williamson County brought it up, you know, her campaign tag is standing tall. And that's what she does. That's kind of who she is. She's not loud, she's not long, but she stands. And so, you know, she stood through keeping her hands up for 45 minutes and not getting recognized prior to me coming on. She stood through not having an office, having an office literally in a closet, to having
Sorry about
the
that sound.
smallest
My bad.
known to man for
I'm still learning about
lady
live
that
streaming.
is of significant height. She stood through that and she continued to serve because that's where her heart is. Her heart is about, you know, service. And that's
Sorry. I'm trying to make it not ding so loud. I can route the sound
had a
different.
lot
Let me
go
route
on
the sound
here.
different.
And you know,
this.
folks are holding this meeting today, or the actual calendar, up as this is the way we should.
Hello. Yes, that's working.
We're treated. Our biggest problem.
I know there was no sound for a second.
Is just shutting our voice off. We've been begging you all, don't shut our voice off. You know, when you take clothes and you put them in a washing machine, hot or cold water, it's not the water that cleans the clothes. And that's what we've been saying. We've been sitting in water. It's the agitation that gets the results. I don't condone what happened, but it is not worth expelling a member that represents 70,000 people. It's not worth that.
Is it low volume?
You and I are unique compared to the other free and from our county. Plans are being made already by our mayor, WWE Kane, to usurp the process and bring a Republican down. That's not fair. Gloria won her district double digit. President Biden won her, he won that district double digit. But that's what's going to happen. Is that fair? Why am I saying that? Actions have consequences. Hopefully unintended consequences. But I'm letting you know that's a consequence. You're not from Knoxville. My freshman year, we had another colleague from Knox County come and just, I don't have words for it, came with an asinine Hillsdale College explanation of how the Monroe document was actually a good thing for African Americans. And the next day, I'm on national news radio, I'm on television. And you know what I showed the man grace. I could have thrown him directly under the bus, but I didn't. And he actually thanked me for that. People make mistakes. He realizes that that's a mistake today, but he was shown grace. We had another member when there was another ruckus saying, put him on a leash. One of my African-American, soon to be expelled colleagues. That was wrong. I didn't make a big deal out of it. Went to that man on man, and said, hey, that's not right. We had a conversation about it. But what we're doing today is just, it's horrific. It is horrific. And I beg you, I'm pleading with you, do not
expel the
continue
white
with
lady.
this process.
Don't expel the white lady.
We need sound minds and we need representation. In Representative Johnson's case, her district would not be represented properly.
Representative Johnson.
So they expelled
Thank you,
one
Mr.
person, and now this person's up for expulsion. First, it was Black Jesus.
The comments you made about how many times my voice has been silenced as long as I've been here, raising my hand for 45 minutes on the floor and not being called on. I was actually told by the speaker that was in retaliation for some other thing he thought was incorrect that I did. And when I was the lone vote against a Republican speaker, I was moved to a closet-sized office and had to stay there for a year. It was during COVID. There was no room to social distance. I couldn't have someone in my office, couldn't close the door, had no work table for the people who
It
came
reminds
from
me of
my
the guy
district.
from Office Space,
You're
right?
not
Oh, sorry, is my
silencing
mic too
voice.
loud? Sorry.
You're silencing the
It's like-
voice of
But-
70,000 Tennesseans that sent me here. that
We're going
care
to need to move you to
deeply
the office.
about gun violence
Storage
and
locker
Medicaid
B.
expansion and public schools. And we are continually silenced on the floor on those issues and more. And today, my colleague is right. Today does not look anything like every other day in the legislature with all of these cameras here.
Yeah, Katie, this is in Tennessee,
There's a little more debate.
where the mass shooting was.
And this is great.
And there were some protests,
Maybe my colleagues could have spoken on an issue
like gun,
so incredibly
people that want to take away guns protested, and 3
in a class
House members,
waiting for your class to come in, prepared
Tennessee
for your
House,
classroom.
not
When you see a door
like
open up at
the United States House,
children running
and they are being expelled, or for some reason,
screaming.
I can't say I don't know why they needed to be expelled. I'm not sure, like what they did wrong,
Because that's who I was.
but
People in the school who I didn't have in
one guy's been expelled. This black guy was wearing a white suit. People have been talking about Black Jesus.
trying to figure out what happened because they couldn't even articulate.
Hold on.
for quite a bit of time.
I'll show you
Found
Black
out
Jesus.
That one of our students was shot and killed in the cafeteria while everyone was there, including the police, including the principals.
There's the best picture of Black
other
Jesus.
security.
Kind of want to give that to
And I spent that day
Bishop Talbert Swan.
comforting those children, waiting for their parents to come and pick them up. And when my kids all got picked up, I went up to the circle.
It's kind of funny. He's wearing a cross because like people wear a cross because because Jesus was crucified on a cross. So it's weird for him to be wearing a cross before he gets crucified.
The trauma on those faces,
But
you will never, ever forget.
that's just me thinking too much.
To forget it. And if I'm not allowed to speak that issue, that is why I walked up to this well to stand. with
It's
my
cool though,
other
right?
colleagues who were
The other
trying
pictures were cool too.
having their voices cut off when we are trying
Like
to
those are the other
speak
pictures of Black Jesus,
about
which is pretty much what,
violence
I mean, the guy kind of does look like it. He's wearing this white suit,
violence in our restaurants, in our grocery
that guy,
stores.
Justin Jones. But then he was being really racist, or he seemed to be. He kept saying like
The voice of the people in
Caucasian persuasion and blackface of white supremacy. He was dropping all this stuff. I was like,
It's not a secret.
come on, dude.
Sent me here because they know I'm a fighter. They know I will fight.
Even though like I'm
My friends in
certainly
school,
curious
little
why
law,
they needed to be kicked out and stuff, but still,
and I know the rules.
he doesn't have to make it about like racism.
Sometimes have to be broken, and sometimes you have to get it.
So they broke some rules. It sounds like she broke some rules. She's admitting to it.
And I felt that this issue was, it was in my heart. It was compelling me to come forward and address this issue. And I stood with my colleagues, and they are great at making people understand and making people listen. And I stood with them, and they were a voice for me. And I stood with them because we all feel our voices are being silenced and something had to be said.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You stated just a few minutes ago, Representative, that the facts set out in the resolution were false. Let me just explore that with you a little more, if I could. The resolution goes on and says that once you and your colleagues gathered in the well, that you were called out of order. That is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I remember, I guess they gavelled out of order. I don't remember. I remember the mic being cut. That's the thing that I remember most.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if in fact the videotape shows that you got to the well and were gavelled out of order by the speaker, you would not dispute that, correct?
Representative Johnson.
What is my crime, sir? What? You continue to ask this question. I think we've been through it over and over and over. I came to the well. I stood with my colleagues. I fought for my constituents in a quiet, non-desk pounding, whatever the word, whatever it said about holding up signs or whatever. But I came here and I stood because I did it for the kids in my district, for the kids in the state, for the kids in this community. And you are continually asking the same question. You're gonna get the same answer.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I'm simply exploring a claim you made here that the facts in this resolution are false. And my last question was simply whether in fact it was true that once you got to the well, the videotape shows that you were gavelled out of order. Now, if the videotape shows that, you do not dispute that, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I think I've answered that question. I've explained it over and over. You are beating a dead horse. What is my crime?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the resolution continues that after you were gavelled out of order, that you proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives. That is a true statement, correct?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, it is not. We were in recess, and we stood up here for a few more minutes after recess, and then we went and left the floor. So during recess, we were standing up here. You are correct. But it was recess, and we weren't in session.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me approach it this way. Representative, you agree that your conduct violated House rules, correct?
Representative Johnson.
I may have gone to the well without permission, but the charges in this statement are false.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it simply a fact, Representative, that you did violate the House rules?
Representative Johnson.
Isn't it simply a fact that I answered that? I may have broken the rule when I went to the House floor, but most of the facts in this are not true.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you went to the well and spoke without recognition in violation of House rules, you expected to be disciplined. Isn't that true?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't speak when I went to the well. I'm not really sure what you're referring to.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it true, Representative, that you expected to be disciplined for your conduct on March the 30th?
Representative Johnson.
I don't know. I knew that it was possible because I did understand the rule. However, I have seen far, far worse in this body. I have talked to colleagues. I actually saw former Representative McCormick the other day. And I also I remember a conversation with Representative Ryan Haynes where he told me when he was getting sworn in and his mom and family were sitting beside him and someone started coming and banging on the desk and everything was jumping and going crazy, it scared his mom to death.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I want to pose a question to my colleagues. Is it worth it? Is it worth it?
Good question.
To have representatives come in here not knowing all of the information that is being proposed against them, and to have this procedure where we, in a sense, making it on the fly as to what is appropriate and what is inappropriate. Now, I'm asking, I keep hearing violating rules. I don't remember them hitting anybody or anything of that nature. But if we think about it, I believe at one time or another, we all have violated rules within this body. And asking my colleagues once again, what are we getting out of it? I mean, if we don't have our way, you're wrong. Think about it. We have to not just think about it, but look at it from the viewpoint of the perspective of a person who is not in agreement with you. If we're going to be fair and equitable, we need to see it from the eyes of the other person. My colleagues, 3 of them, were responding to the changes that many citizens feel that we need to consider, gun laws. And what I'm saying is that mothers, fathers, their children, suburbs, in the rural communities, and in the cities, I believe they are saying to this body, not just we want a change, there has to be a change if we're going to deal with the safety and security of the children of this state. And in my view, my colleagues were responding to that need. And what are we here for if we're not striving to respond to the needs of our people? And, you know, should we give consideration to closing our eyes and saying, if it's a person down the street from me who's been shot, is it a member of my family who's been shot? Would I react in the same manner that is being proposed right now? One of our colleagues, you've already removed from this body. So I'm saying that many of us in this body espouse to be children of God, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Now, I strive
Yes.
to say that's the head of my life.
Mhm.
That is my leader. And you know, there's this little band that people used to have on their show, on their wrist. What would Jesus do?
Yeah. What would
Are
Jesus
we
do?
doing
Good question.
that in which our Lord and Savior would do to that average person?
Jesus would be like,
We
what
need
the fuck?
each other. There are so many perils in this world, and we think we've got it.
Jesus would be like, yeah, I know I said to be accepting of everybody, but have you seen this trans stuff?
And I would ask that we give consideration to what they were responding
Like, yeah, I
to.
know I said love your neighbor and
Concerns of
everything, but
children in letters that have been sent not only to myself but to others, afraid to go back to school. Parents afraid to leave their children at
you
school.
guys want to see some memes?
We are all in this together.
There's some
And,
funny
you know,
memes.
it's interesting that we have not found a way of sitting down, talking about the reality of coming together.
Jesus would own a Holy
to make
Ghost
those
gun.
necessary changes
That's good.
for our citizens. Remind you.
Do you know the meme of Jesus?
And what is
I
being
don't
done
know.
here
Anyway,
today
let's see.
does not
There's
bring
other in other news. Proud Boys. It's like official that most of the Proud Boys were feds. That's pretty
And I
funny.
appreciate you bringing up that others have broken rules. Well, just this week on Monday night, what looked like a Monday night football brawl, and you know, when there's a bad call on the field, we had members in here, one who shoved one and stole his phone, and people were having to separate members from each other. Actual physical contact.
Hold on, I can make a meme about this.
Coming in, shoving someone, stealing their phone, and having to pull people apart. And it's remarkable to me that that's not being talked about, but this 6 or 7 minute disturbance up here, that whatever you want to call it, what we call coming to the well to lift the voices of the people that we serve, the voices of my district, where
I don't know if this is funny.
more than 50% of the Republicans in my district want red flag laws. More than 50%. An overwhelming majority of all
Can you guys tell me if this makes sense?
want red flag laws. They want safe storage laws. They want
And then I'll post it
universal
if you think it
background
is.
checks and closing loopholes.
We'll find out whether these Democrats get
I was
expelled.
bringing their voice to this body, and it felt like the only
All right,
way
look at this.
possible that day was to join my colleagues and
Okay,
make sure
so this is
that
a
the
story.
people outside, the thousands who would come, the mothers that I talked to,
Mod the Meatloaf fast. Is this real life? I was like,
that told me they had dropped off their kids that morning.
that's the wrong question to ask around here.
Were in tears
We have no idea.
about the safety of their
So anyway,
children,
there's this
how
headline
hard
that
it
says
was for them to
shock.
drop off their kids. And I
DOJ admits that of the 13 Proud Boys involved with J6, 8 or more of them were paid by the FBI to provide the government information about the group. The FBI was the majority of Proud Boys, and 5 are being prosecuted. So anyway, it says shock. The funny part about it is, to me, is that it says shock. Is this the appropriate meme for that? Just tell me. It's okay. You won't hurt my feelings. Is that the appropriate meme for that? Or is that not quite right? Just because I think it's funny that it says shock when it's like not really shocking. Or is there a better way to meme it?
Because the next thing I heard after all the kids came running down to my classroom, kind of
There's a meme for everything.
just a rush of sirens. Every single day now, if I'm in a school and I hear a siren,
Let me know.
I jump. Every single time. Because you just never get that out of your head. We can do something about this. We are the only country in the world with this type of gun violence problem. We all know.
You like
what
it,
some of
Buddha
the
girl?
solutions
Okay, I'll
are.
post it.
We have seen, we have the data. There are things that we can do. And my voters sent me here to speak specifically to that issue because that was one of the things that I heard on thousands of doorsteps for a year.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, will you agree that your conduct on March 30th was wrongful?
Representative Johnson.
My conduct on that day was what I felt compelled in my heart to do for my constituents. That is your answer, sir.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you agree, Representative, that your conduct on March the 30th constituted disorderly behavior?
Representative Johnson.
I don't think I'm going to agree with you on anything, quite frankly. I mean, we've voted the same a lot of time in this body, but what I'm going to agree to is that I may have broken a rule, but the words in this document are false, and I did what I was compelled to do based on speaking for the voters in my district who were begging me to bring this issue forward.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me move to a different topic, Representative, regarding coordination. Before the session began on March 30, you and the other two representatives had discussed your plans to occupy the well, correct?
Representative Johnson.
That is absolutely incorrect.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You intended to disrupt the House proceedings that morning, correct?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is, Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely incorrect.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You knew and expected that the speaker would cut off the microphone in the well, correct?
Representative Johnson.
As he cuts off our microphones a lot, I
The
thought that
well.
was possible.
Going to
Yes.
the well.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I went to the well
And
one
is that
too many
why you and your
times.
colleagues brought a megaphone to the well?
Representative Johnson.
I don't know, this is crazy.
Is this resolution about my colleagues or is this about me?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did you have difficulty understanding the question, Representative?
Representative Johnson.
Oh, I understand pretty well.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are you the person who brought the bullhorn into the chamber?
Thanks, Fortune.
Thank you.
Oh, I thanked earlier. Got a coffee earlier.
I
Who
am so
left
happy.
encouraging words. Thank you very much.
Absolutely did not. A lot of you
Neuro
folks
Jack, thank you
cast a
for
lot
buying a
of gossip
coffee.
around about where
Says,
that
let's do a
microphone came
panel
from.
on how the
Let's talk
Bay
about it
Area
right now.
is a model for the rest of the country.
Mine
Okay, well,
came
whatever.
in
Let me know what you think about
and
that.
walked with me
I used to live in the
through
Bay
the
Area, so
aisle, and she
curious
didn't
what
know
you
the
mean
protesters were on
model.
inside
Like, are they
or
doing
outside.
15-minute cities there
Her name
first
is
or something?
Margot Price. You might have heard of her. Anyway, the we got upstairs and the protest.
Barry is kind of a unique place.
So she said, well, I want to go outside where the protest is. And I said, well, here.
You can drop a coffee and leave a note by going to buymeacoffee.com/lifttheveil.
I handed her megaphone and she went outside. Later, she messaged me and she said,
What time
she's
is it?
coming back
2:46.
up. I know I can't bring my megaphone in. Can you put it in your scooter? And I said, absolutely. And so we put the megaphone in the scooter. I talked to 2 troopers who watched me do it. And they watched me put it. And they said to me, would you please not get that out the rest of the day? And I said, absolutely, to them. The megaphone was this big. It had an attached microphone. So much for the gossip. That megaphone never left my scooter. It's on my office now. If anybody would like to go down and look for prints, it'll have my prints and Miss Margot Price prints on it.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on your responses, Representative, it seems that you do not view your conduct as wrongful, and that if you thought it appropriate, there might be another occasion when you'll take the well without the permission of the Speaker and hijack House proceedings. Isn't that true?
Representative Johnson.
You know, you're reading minds again, and it's happened a couple of times today. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible, but I don't like to have my mind read. And if we conduct business like we have today, where people get to speak, I don't think it'll ever happen again, to be quite honest. Because when people are allowed to talk, when people are allowed to speak up for the folks that sent them here, then we can get things done. We can come to the table. We can talk about the importance of protecting kids' lives, not after the guns come to the schoolhouse, to the gym, or to the library, or wherever it all happens, but before the guns ever get to the doors. Prevent gun violence in schools. Don't.
Actually, you know what?
Like some people here almost want tanks. And
I kept saying this guy was black. Well, I guess he is.
Violence at our schools. We need to make sure those guns don't get there.
But actually, like,
and that's what we need to be talking about.
I'm not totally sure. That's him right there.
Thank you, Mr.
So he dressed up in the white suit and everything. Classic. I'm actually not sure, like, if he, I'm saying I'm not sure if he's like African American. Not sure. I just don't know. He looks kind of, I don't know, like Samoan maybe?
I don't think I need to guess how this vote will turn out. But I rise to speak on behalf of myself.
Yeah, somebody says Polynesian. Yeah, he does look like that. He does kind of, right?
In this chamber.
Like Kamala Harris isn't an African American, for example, but they call her black. I don't know why.
I didn't rise to point fingers at who is right and who's wrong in those things, but I just want to share a story that I read that will eventually affect all of us.
I still like the sound of the way he's talking, even though like I might not like what he's saying. Like it sounds cool to me, you know, that Southern.
Next 2 years, but there's a story in the Bible about Jesus coming down from the mountain.
Preach, brother.
And when he arrives at the temple, and I'm sure many of you read this, these men said to him, Master, we caught this woman in adultery in the very act. And we know what the law of Moses says. The law of Moses says, stone her, kill her. But what do you say? The Bible says Jesus wrote something on the ground. And when he wrote that on the ground, the oldest, including all the youngest of those men, start walking out the room. And Jesus asks that woman who was caught in the very act of adultery, "Where is thine accusers?" And she said, "I have none." And he said, "Neither do I. Go and sin no more." Thank you.
I didn't follow. I didn't follow the analogy or the allegory or whatever it was.
Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, Speaker.
This might go on for a while, huh? I didn't even know.
Representative Johnson, did you hold up a sign?
Representative Johnson.
So what are they going to
No, I
talk
did
for
not.
hours between each one? Man,
Did you pound the table?
Representative Johnson.
No, I did not.
Representative Jernigan.
Did you yell?
Representative Johnson.
No, sir.
Representative Jernigan.
Members, during the opening remarks, Colonel Wendell went through a couple of falsehoods and he challenged every member on this body to dispute it. And there was silence, crickets, including from the sponsor.
Victoria Pandora. I've seen so many comments like that so far
But when it came time,
that it makes me wonder.
opening statements
But
were
some people are here. It is actually
over. The
news
sponsor, the first thing he did
that I'm
was go to
covering.
the lawyers.
I happen like
And I don't know
that
how they're
compete.
going to be
I'd like to compete with
Colonel
No
Wendell
Agenda
without
TV
either.
when possible.
But I
So
did
anyway,
hear
he was covering this,
anyone challenge
which is the
falsehoods
Tennessee
that are in this resolution.
House, whatever their
Vote on the
government is
resolution
there.
poorly written.
They got
So I would
that
ask you
Tennessee
please
is where the mass shooting was, the trans mass shooting.
to vote no on expelling her because
And these three Democrats joined in some kind of, march for our lives style,
there is just too many falsehoods.
insurrection or something.
Thank you.
And so anyway, as of like for retribution, the mostly Republican government, I guess. I don't know how Republican they are. They must be pretty Republican. They're voting to kick him out. That's the official story. So,
This morning,
which
primarily from the New Testament.
it's going to activate
One thing that is significant,
Democrats. Probably Democrats care a lot more
forgiveness
about the
always
story,
follows
which is why I think it's like,
It always follows
I guess I don't know all the details, but it seems inadvisable
someone taking away
because you guys don't even know about it. Like nobody cared.
what you've heard here
Well, I don't know.
this afternoon,
Probably
the representative
not many
from
people
Knox County
cared because I see what people don't know what's going on.
Contrition,
That these three Democrats protested, like, but for some reason, the Republicans thought they should throw him out. And that's making it a big story now. So all the Democrats now are like, oh my God, I can't believe these terrible Republicans.
again. That's why this issue
That's
of
what's going on.
forgiveness does not factor into the equation this afternoon at all.
So that's the
What
story.
you've heard from these representatives who are the subject of the resolutions is that they believe what they did was right, and we have no guarantee whatsoever that they're not going to do it again. We have an obligation to protect the integrity of this body. What we saw on March the 30th had not happened, so far as anyone can remember, at any time in the prior 227 years of our state's history. That's point number one. Forgiveness follows contrition. It follows penance. We have neither. And then secondly, with regard to the facts, we've heard these broad statements that the facts contained in the resolution are inaccurate. And I think we've demonstrated that's not true. Because I walked through with the representative the first 5 or 6 facts in the resolution, and she agreed that they were all true. And then we got to a point that she wouldn't answer the questions anymore. Because as we continue to walk through the resolution, what we see is exactly what was evidenced
You guys
by
want
the
to know?
videotape.
We'll
We
take a vote.
see that they proceeded to disrupt the proceedings.
I'm gonna put a
We
vote
see
in the
that
chat.
collectively, this representative and the other two pounded on the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and
This is a
generally
community-led show.
engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct. That's exactly what they did. They are all three in this together. They acted in unison. They acted in concert. One is just as responsible for the parts of the disruption as the other. That is what is in the nature of coordinated conduct or a conspiracy. Each member is responsible for the conduct of the conspiracy as a whole. They approached the well in unison. They disrupted the proceedings in unison. They are responsible together. And then the resolution goes on that these representatives generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and using a sign displaying a political message. We saw every bit of that in the video. Collectively, these three did every one of those things. And collectively, that unquestionably constitutes disorderly behavior in violation of Article 2, Section 12 of our Constitution. And so the question, members, whether these representatives remain in the House or whether we put them outside the House, they have already answered for us. They, by their conduct, voluntarily put themselves outside of the Constitution. They put themselves outside of the rule. They are unrepentant about it. They're willing, apparently, to do it again. They tried to shred our Constitution with a bullhorn, but it did not work. We had a speaker and a Constitution that was too strong. It's been here since 1796, and I urge every member to uphold the Constitution and vote in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, my colleague for the, I'm not sure how many times, was reading my mind again, put words in my mouth and said things that I never said. That might be what he extrapolated from my words, from something, but that is absolutely not something I said. I'm not going to agree with a lot of his terminology because it's not factually based. If you wanted to collectively address us, then you should have put us all in the same resolution. But instead, you chose to separate out the members. So if a resolution was written well, it would have addressed my behavior, because according to this is a resolution about my consequences.
Okay, we have 103 people here. I care about you. So I put out a poll to see if, like, I have this in the title, so I can keep covering this. But I can also talk about, I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The boycott.
I certainly have empathy for my colleague from Williamson County, because I know what it's
maybe
like
some other stuff
to try a lawsuit with a witness who doesn't answer the way that you want them to answer a question. It's easy in a lawsuit because the objection is available, because asked and answered is an objection. In here, unfortunately, in this body, we only have a limited time. But just because you ask the same question 15 times and don't get the answer you want doesn't mean the facts change. Every member of this body, or every member who's a subject of a resolution today for expulsion, must be judged on their own merits. Every single resolution. She can't be held responsible. Representative can't be held responsible for the conduct of another member. You can only vote based on what she did. The record thus far simply proves that Representative Johnson walked from there to there. And you want to expel her for that? She did not raise her voice. She did not yell. She did not pound the desk. She did not hold a megaphone. She didn't have a button on. She did nothing. She walked from there to there. And ladies and gentlemen, the only rule in our rules that speaks to this is no crowding about the clerk's desk. Members shall not crowd or stand about the clerk's desk. Well, every one of us is guilty of that. Everybody in here has walked up here without permission from the speaker or from anybody and stood up here, talked to the clerk, or when somebody else was introducing a bill. You don't expel someone for that. That's the only fact that has been proven. And you can't hold collectively. That's not a standard. That's not the standard to which she's supposed to be judged. You can't judge her for what others did. Her conduct, it's her conduct should be judged on the merits. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, we had to suspend the rules for every part of this process today. That's because our rules don't even speak or lay out a process for this type of conduct, because it's that rare. We never even think we're going to have to use it, so we don't even put rules in place to govern this. That's why we had to suspend the rules, because it is an extraordinary event reserved for extraordinarily bad conduct. Walking from there to there does not rise to the level of expulsion. And that's the only fact that has been proven today. Now, I'm limited on time here, but ultimately, I don't know if you're upset about the message that was trying to be conveyed. I don't know if you're mad at the messenger. I've heard many of you say in reference to Representative Johnson that you can't be an activist and a legislator. Well, guess what? That's not your decision to make. It's the people of Knox County's decision to make what type of legislator they want representing them. You don't get to make that decision. At the worst, you were inconvenienced for a few minutes on that day, and apparently that seems to be grounds for expulsion. This whole process is disrespectful of the rule of law. It's disrespectful of the victims of gun violence, who we should be discussing today rather than this nonsense. It's disrespectful of the cause of so many deaths across our community. We should be spending this time on legislation to protect our communities. But instead, you're asking to expel somebody for walking from there to there. Now, in this last minute I have, I want to tell you this. You may not agree with Representative Johnson. You may not get along with Representative Johnson. Trust me, Representative Johnson has given me the what's what more than any of you can ever dream of.
Okay, the vote's really close.
And rightfully so.
But most people say keep this. I'll just tell you this. I'm going to have to go. I know I beg for super chats and stuff, but if you guys want to see it, drop some coffees or super chats or something, or I have to go back to work. I gotta, make some money and stuff. But if you want to see it,
Anybody in this body, you are depriving this body of her perspective. She drove some of you to tears weeks ago, and that voice is necessary, and you want to silence it. Shame on you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that one thing that we have to look at, I'm 60 years old and my colleagues are much younger. The younger generation, I am so proud of. I love them. I love working with them, and I trust that they are going to make a change. And we're starting to see that change in this body, and I stand with them. We may not do things exactly the same. The younger generation is not going to do things the same way that all of us do, of 1 and 2 generations down the road. But they're strong. They're going to fight. They are smart. They are amazing speakers, and they connect with their voters. And they connect with their voters by speaking directly to them. And they did that during a recess. And I was there with them, and I stood with them because our hearts were the same. Our hearts were there for our constituents who cared deeply, for the children that begged us to do something to protect them. I was out there at 7 a.m., conversations all morning with moms and kids, people, staff at Covenant that I wasn't able to recognize on the floor that had reached out to me because I was a teacher. And we just have to do something. And as long as we are not allowed the voice to represent our districts on an issue so critically important that has impacted my life. I went to Denver, Colorado in 2001, the year after Columbine, to take a job at Dakota Ridge High School, which was about 2 miles away from Columbine. And some of the kids from Columbine who could not go back into that school went to Dakota Ridge. Some went to Chatfield, which was about 2 miles in another direction. I was at Dakota Ridge. When I got there, I saw the trauma that these kids had been through. I wrote a program. I wrote a grant for a program very similar to a program we had in Knoxville that addressed mental health. It did wonders. We had a counselor, we had a psychologist, and we were able to help those kids. And we are looking for solutions so that it never happens again. It should never, ever happen again for any parent, for any child, for any classroom. And many of my colleagues walk past those folks without ever making eye contact with them. I cried with them that morning. I told them that I understood. I told them we would lift their voices and try to get something of substance done. Something that would keep the
not
guns
subsistence.
from never
She's thinking about
getting
food.
to the schoolhouse doors.
She's like, oh, I need
And
some
that is
sustenance. I've been
why
up here. I haven't had
I
anything to
walked
eat
the
for so
front
long.
with my colleagues who felt the same, because their generation is a generation that has come up in this gun violence. I'm going to stand with them. I've seen it. I've heard them. I've tried to work with them. We can do better. We are better than this, Tennessee. We are. We can acknowledge that there are things that we can do to get guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. There's plenty of research out there. We can do that by having those discussions. But folks weren't even willing to recognize those folks, who they were, why they were here, and tell them, we see you, we hear you, and we care about making your communities and your schools safer.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
Okay, what is?
Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
I don't even know if this is to expel her.
Previous question prevails.
I don't know if that was to expel her or
Representative
what.
Johnson has 5 minutes to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is it?
First, I want to
Are
say
you
some
hungry?
names. Evelyn, Hallie, William, Cynthia, Catherine, Mike, Ryan McDonald, I've spent much of my life dedicated to helping children. Appreciate you guys. You just made me get teary-eyed. And I really want to thank you for standing with me, because I know you care about children. And I hear a lot of talk about caring about children, but I continue to hear no one having conversations about things that will prevent gun violence from coming to our doors. There are so many things we could do that would change the trajectory of where we're headed. more school shootings, more church shootings, more Waffle House shootings, all of these, theater shootings. It's happening everywhere, folks. There's one common denominator. It's the guns. It's the people that have the guns, because we are not doing anything to make sure that people who are not safe don't have guns. I'm a gun owner. I have a gun. I took a class so that I would know how to use that gun. I trained with my nephews, a Marine and an Air Force member. I shoot regularly because I think you have to be responsible. It's responsibly stored. It was my father's service revolver. It laid on his dresser every night when he came home, and we didn't touch it. And we knew not to touch it. But we grew up with that. But my father believed in things that we can do to prevent gun violence. My Marine nephew came home from losing his best friend in Afghanistan, went to live with his best friend's family because they were without their child in Massachusetts. And his business was manufacturing guns in Massachusetts. He told me about the restrictions that they had there. And he said, as a gun manufacturer, these are protecting us. These are protecting kids. I sat down with him for hours to talk about what things made sense to you guys as manufacturers and what things did you think were a bridge too far. Not only did he talk to me about it, but he collectively got online with a lot of his colleagues in the same sort of business and sought agreement from all of them. This is the way we get to solutions. But we've got to have those conversations. We have got to be allowed to stand up and speak for our constituents. And we have to welcome this younger generation who might do it a little bit differently, but they are fighting like hell for their constituents. And that's what they sent them here for. That's what they're doing. It's going to look different, you guys. The next generation always does. Respect the human dignity of every citizen in the state of Tennessee, and not just the ones that look like you, and not just the ones that agree with you. We've done so much damage up here to vulnerable communities this year, and now we're doing damage by not addressing the concerns of the families and the children. I cannot tell you how many phone calls I got from Republicans and Democrats and independents from my district saying thank you. And from outside of my district in Knox County, from many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisles districts, Republicans I heard from. We want action. Our hearts compelled us to come up here for action. We need to allow people to speak for the 70,000 folks that sent them here. And earlier when my colleague said 200,000, he was talking about the combined total of the three of us. That's what he was talking about. So be careful about putting words in people's mouth. I have words.
Thank you. We are voting on House Resolution 64. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Has everybody voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye 65, 30 nays.
House Resolution 64 fails. That's out of order. Out of order. Out of order. Representative Farmer, you are recognized in the well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Resolution 63.
Chairman Farmer moves adoption of House Resolution 63, probably seconded. Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the resolution.
House Resolution 63 by Chairman Farmer, a resolution to expel Justin J. Pearson from his seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the state of Tennessee, elected by the 86th Representative District. Whereas Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution provides that each House may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and with concurrence of 2/3 expel a member, but not a second time for the same offense, and shall have all the powers necessary for a branch of the legislature of a free state. And whereas all members of the House of Representatives must comply with the permanent rules of order of the Tennessee House of Representatives for the 113th General Assembly, including preserving order, adhering to decorum, speaking only with recognition, not crowding around the clerk's desk, avoiding personalities, and not using props or displaying political messages. And whereas during the House floor, 19th Legislative Day on March 30th, 2023, Justin J. Pearson of Shelby County, along with Gloria Johnson of Knox County and Justin Jones of Davidson County, did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor to the House of Representatives through their individual and collective actions. And whereas at approximately 10:49 a.m., Representative Pearson and his colleagues, having gathered at Representative Johnson's desk, moved in unison to the well and began shouting without recognition. And whereas once gathered in the well and called out of order, Representative Pearson and his colleagues proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives from approximately 10:50 a.m. until approximately 11:42 a.m. And whereas during this time, Representative Pearson and his colleagues shouted, pounded on the podium, led chants with citizens in the gallery, and generally engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, including refusing to leave the well, sitting on the podium, and utilizing a sign displaying a political message. And whereas during this time, Representative Pearson and Representative Jones used the bullhorn to amplify their protestations. And whereas these actions are done in open session in presence of and witnessed by the members and staff of the House of Representatives, and whereas it appears to the satisfaction of this body that Representative Pearson's conduct on March 30, 2023 constitutes disorderly behavior and justifies expulsion, and whereas such disorderly behavior on part of Representative Pearson reflects adversely upon the integrity and dignity of the House of Representatives of the state of Tennessee, place a cloud upon the action of this honorable body, and is inconsistent with the duty of a member of this body, and where it is deemed in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee and this body for Representative Pearson to relinquish his seat as a member of the House of Representatives, and whereas Representative Pearson has been given advance notice of the contents of this resolution and has been afforded the opportunity to debate the resolution on the floor of this House prior to its passage. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives 113th General Assembly of the state of Tennessee that pursuant to the authority under Article 2, Section 12 of the Tennessee Constitution, this body hereby expels Justin J. Pearson from his seat as a member of the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the state of Tennessee, elected by the 86th Representative District for his disorderly behavior occurring on March 30, 2023, and declares the 86th Representative District seat vacant. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be prepared and forwarded to Justin J. Pearson, the legislative body of Shelby County, the Honorable Bill Lee, Governor of the state of Tennessee, and the Honorable Trey Hargett, Secretary of State.
Representative Pearson, you're recognized in the well.
To God be the glory for the things that God has done and the things that God's still doing. It is indeed a sad day for us in the state of Tennessee with the loss of Representative Justin Jones from this body. It is a victory of this movement that still says it matters to end gun violence in the state of Tennessee. This movement that still says it is time for just action and just reforms in our state, and to still have Representative Gloria Johnson serving in this House. That's the power of justice. There's been a refrain and a song going around in this movement. Power to the people. Power to the people, power to the people, power to the people, Hosanna. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When the wicked advance against me to devour me, it is my enemies and foes who will stumble and fall. Though an army besiege me, my heart will not fear. Though war break out against me, even then will I be confident. One thing I ask of the Lord, this only that I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, to gaze upon the beauty of the Lord and to seek God in God's temple. For in the day of trouble, God will keep me safe in God's dwelling. God will hide me in the shelter of God's sacred tent and set me high upon a rock. Then my head will be exalted. Above the enemies who surround me at his sacred tent, I'll sacrifice. With shouts of joy and thanksgiving, I'll sing and make music to the Lord. Hear my voice when I call, Lord. Be merciful to me and answer me. My heart says of you, seek God's face. Your face, Lord, I will seek. Do not hide your face from me. Do not turn your servant away in anger. You have been my helper. Do not reject me or forsake me, God, my Savior. Though my father or mother or siblings or colleagues might forsake me, the Lord will receive me. Teach me your way, Lord. Lead me in a straight path because of my oppressors. Do not turn me over to the desires of my foes, for false witnesses rise up against me. Do not turn me over to the desires of my foes, for false witnesses rise up against me, spouting malicious accusations. I remain confident of this, that I will see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and take heart and wait for the Lord. I give thanksgivings to Dr. Kimberly Owens Pearson, Reverend Jason C. Pearson Sr., my fiance Oceanae, my brother Keyshawn, who stands in the gap for Jason II, Temperance, and Jalen, and to everyone in District 86 in Memphis and Millington of the community who is here demanding justice. We are here because of a tragedy. Covenant School shooting victims Catherine Kuntz, Mike Hill, Cynthia Peak, Evelyn Deekhouse, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney. We're here because of a tragedy, because we spoke up about the tragedy of gun violence that continues to perpetuate and persist in our state. We're here today witnessing injustice against the First Amendment. We spoke up for gun control and the end of gun violence. We're here today. We're being sought to be expelled from this, the people's house, for speaking up about the need for gun control because we broke some house rules. We're here today because of House Resolutions 63, 64, and 65 rules. I will tell you that I was never told about. I learned about more rules in this House and our state constitution in the last 5 days than in my entire tenure. And as you have seen, and as we unfortunately have seen, the rules can be wielded to bend to the desires of a few. And it is not sacrosanct for the protection of everybody. I do, before I continue, have a few parliamentarian inquiries. If you will indulge me. One, when is it that evidence can be presented into the record? Evidence for our expulsion. As a point of order, you can stop the time. I just got a few parliamentary inquiries before we keep going.
This is part of your time because you're asking the clerk questions during your opening. Mr. Clerk.
Okay, I'll retract those questions and then we'll ask them after. Thank you. It said that I broke the Constitution. Article 2, Section 12, saying that each house has its own proceedings and you can punish members and things like that. Again, never informed about even these proceedings, denied due process, didn't know anything about this. I was never given an overview of these rules or informed the speaker, the chief clerk. Nobody reached out saying, hey, this is what you can expect. I've been serving officially District 86 for 10 days since our swearing in. I was sworn in the day of the Covenant shooting. And now being brought up against charges, if you will, that we broke the Constitution. Told in paragraph 2 that members of this assembly have permanent rules of order. Now, when did we sit down and we talk about these rules? I think they were voted on before I got here and was appointed by the Shelby County Election Commission. was told that we were crowding around the clerk's desk. And I got to be honest with you, I just realized they're talking about this desk and not the one up there. It's a lot of things that are in these resolutions that seem to assume a lot of knowledge about what I am supposed to know or what we are supposed to know without real facts about what we have been provided information about. I'm told that I did knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor. Knowingly and intentionally bring disorder and dishonor. When we went up between bills, I walked to this hallowed house near this well, went up between bills after not being called on during welcoming and honoring to say we've got to listen to the people. We've got to do something. We've got to take action on gun violence. We've got to elevate this issue in order that we can create the necessary change that we need, because we're exercising, and I exercise our First Amendment right. We're being told that that deserves an expulsion from the House because it broke a permanent House rule. And still, when we learn that a member of this body broke a permanent House rule in order for a video to be shown, there was no discussion even about what potential retributions might exist. If rules will be sacrosanct, if rules will be the end all and be all of this house, then that needs to apply equitably to everyone. But there is something that tells me it is not the rules being broken. It was what we were advocating for that folks have gotten very upset about. That we were advocating for people who have been murdered in our communities. We're advocating for people like my own classmate, Larry Thorne, who was slain by gun violence. We're advocating for people who are suffering in our communities. We're told in this resolution that I proceeded to disrupt the proceedings of the House of Representatives from approximately 10:50 until approximately 11:42. And my fiance, she's a lawyer to be. And I have to tell you, if you go back, and this is one of the questions that I have, and we can start working on pulling up. If you look at the video at 10:50 a.m., this House is in recess. And the question that I'm pondering is it possible for House members to break permanent rules of order when the House is in recess? It's important that we unpack this. After SB 638 was passed at 10:49 a.m., I walked to the well, and the speaker section immediately said, "You're out of order. I call for a 5-minute recess. Leadership, come up here." There was no disruption of any House proceedings or business. We were in a recess where members were relaxing, went for walks, left the chambers, ignoring the cries of people asking for gun reform, asking to end gun violence. I didn't disrupt proceedings between 10:50 to 11:42 because it wouldn't have been possible. We were in a recess. But if you want to count the recess and say that our peaceful protests for red flag laws, our peaceful protests for gun control storage laws, our peaceful protests for the safety of kids like the ones at Covenant, our peaceful protests for the communities that we serve and the people that we represent deserve expulsion, then let's go through the timeline. There was a 10-minute peaceful protest on the House floor. And it was at exactly 11:04 where we walked back to that room with Leader Camper. Again, in the resolution, it says that we refuse to leave the well. In fact, all of the quote unquote protest, except for maybe the first second or two, was called during a recess. And we still finished the business for the day. You keep going, and they say that we shouted and led chants with citizens. They said that we refused to leave the well. We had signs displaying political messages, and none of us believed that we were doing anything to deserve expulsion from this house. Speaking up on behalf of the last, the lost, the least, those who've been left out, those who've been ignored, those who've been silenced, but who refuse to be silent any longer, does not deserve expulsion from this house. The mic was cut off. We did use a mini bullhorn to listen and to project to the people in our community who were asking for change. The reality is, we were told this happened in the open presence of witnesses, but the gallery was cleared. The video and audio during this time, and you can see this with the chief clerk, and we can pull up that video. The video and audio during this peaceful exercise of our First Amendment was not even broadcast online. We're told that this was disorderly behavior and it justifies expulsion. Well, I've been looking, colleagues, at our permanent rules of order. And if you read Rule 19 of the permanent House rules that this body has voted on and have been mentioned several times today, there is a blatant contradiction in these resolutions that are asking for our expulsion and the permanent House rules for the 113th General Assembly. If you go to section 19, transgression of rules by member. Transgression of rules by member. And it reads this, and I'll read it into the record. Any member who, in speaking or otherwise, transgresses the rules of the House, the Speaker shall, or any other member may, call such transgressing member to order, in which case the member so called to order shall immediately sit down, unless permitted to explain. And the House shall, if appealed to, decide the case without debate. If there be no appeal, the decision of the chair shall prevail. If the decision be in favor of the member called to order, such member shall be permitted to proceed without leave of the House. If otherwise, such member shall not be permitted to proceed. And here's the important thing, and which is really important for we who are being told we deserve to be expelled because of a breaking of these rules. In case any member objects and continues, stays at the well, you might say, for more than 30 seconds or something, without leave of the House. And if the case require it, such member shall be liable to the censure of the House, not expulsion. Those are the permanent House rules we voted on, or I've been told. It is not the fact that we walked up to the well. It was what we came up here talking about. That's what's at issue here. We're told that we have hurt the integrity and dignity of the House that our people elected us into. We've received letters from Evan and Johanna and Evabel, Lucy, Heron, Nuseba, Lily, Makada, June, Jana. We've had folks like the Robinson family, the Fitzgeralds and others who come and reached out to us and said, thank you for standing up for right. Thank you for speaking up for such a time as this. And the reality is each of us have a responsibility to do so, to speak up for such a time as this. There is something I take issue with in paragraph 9 of our resolution. It says that it's deemed in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee and the body for Representative Pearson to relinquish his seat as a member of the House of Representatives. I want to be clear. We are not relinquishing our seat. With this vote, you are taking it. You are disenfranchising the people of District 86. You are disenfranchising tens of thousands of people in our state. We are not giving anything away. A few of my colleagues have talked about the Tennessee State Constitution in Article 2. But I invite each of you to go to Article 1, Section 2 of the Tennessee State Constitution. And it reads this way, that government being instituted for the common benefit, the doctrine of non-resistance against arbitrary power and oppression is absurd, slavish, and destructive of the good and happiness of mankind. That's what the forebearers of the state of Tennessee wrote. That's the Constitution you're talking about, where they said that to have non-resistance against arbitrary power, against house rules, not criminal acts, is oppression, is absurd, leads to the destruction of the good and happiness of mankind. We've heard from thousands of people asking that we do something about gun violence. We must answer them, whether it be in Memphis or Millington, whether it's conversations with folks like Mama Easter Knox or Sarah Gladney, or thousands of people in this chamber, outside this chamber, up top, who are saying, we've got to do something. We've got to do something. It is those who are demanding and should be telling us what's in the best interest of our people. And what is in the best interest of our people, from what we have heard, is the end of gun violence. What's in the best interest of our communities and of our people are folks who are willing to pass just legislation. It's folks like those grandmothers who couldn't make it today but are watching today, who want to be ensured that they will be safe and our communities will be safe. It's Jermaine, my intern who shadowed here at this Capitol, who said, I want to make sure that going to school isn't going to lead to my death. Our silence about gun violence is the antithesis of what is in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee. This week especially, Holy Week, we remember also Dr. King and the forebearers of the civil rights movement who taught us about civil disobedience as a way to get action. Dr. King taught us that sometimes there's a consciousness above rule, above what you might say is law, and that the true forms of protest is nonviolent disobedience. For less than a few minutes, we and you are seeking to expel District 86's representation from this House in a country that was built on a protest. In a country that was built on a protest. You who celebrate July 4th, 1776, pop fireworks and eat hot dogs. You say to protest is wrong because you spoke out of turn, because you spoke up for people who are marginalized. You spoke up for children who won't ever be able to speak again. You spoke up for parents who don't want to live in fear. You spoke up for Larry Thorne, who was murdered by gun violence. You spoke up for people that we don't want to care about. In a country built on people who speak out of turn, who spoke out of turn, who fought out of turn to build a nation. I come from a long line of people who have resisted. I come from a long line of people who have fought injustice. I come from a long line of people who know what it means to face adversity in difficult days, who knows what it means to have words that mean something, that doesn't call peaceful protesters insurrectionists, doesn't call people who advocate for the end of gun violence the folks who would actually kill law enforcement officers. Talking about children and teens who are being persecuted by the words that we speak. And I must say to you, as I wrap up this portion, that we all have a responsibility. We all have an obligation to do what is just, to do what is right, and to do what is fair. And what I can promise to those of you who have cried today, those of you who mourn the seeming end and assault on our democracy, I can say to folks who are worried about whether or not, as one sign said, am I next? What I can say to you is that the movement for justice can never die, because the heart for justice can never be killed, because it lives and it beats in each and every one of us. It cannot die because we will not let it die. I'll tell you that folks have tried to kill it. They tried to put it on a tree called Calvary. They tried to kill hope and love, but resurrection is always guaranteed after persecution.
Representative Farmer, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pearson. Representative Pearson, right here. Do you know why you're standing in the well today?
Representative Pearson.
Yes, hold on one second.
Representative Farmer, yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to ask to pause my time if he's going to.
No, I'm actually not doing what y'all typically.
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, I'm actually not trying to run out of your time like y'all do to us or to me. I was actually just looking for a piece of paper. I'm here in the well right now because I came to this well using our First Amendment rights to speak up after the violent killing with assault rifles of beautiful human being Catherine Coons, Mike Hill, Cynthia Peak, Evelyn D. House, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, you're wrong. You're in the well today because you broke rules of decorum. Wouldn't you agree?
Representative Pearson.
I believe I'm in the well today because you have put forward a resolution that says that it's more important to expel voices of dissent than do the work of justice, which is fighting to end gun violence in the state of Tennessee. I believe that I'm in the well today because I, with the courage of ancestors and family and loved ones and community, stood up and spoke up for folks like my classmate Larry Thorne, who can speak no more because of the proliferation of guns in Tennessee. I believe that I'm in the well today because you have decided that it is not right to have debate. It is not right to listen to the voices of the minority. I believe I'm in the well today because on the day that we wanted to honor the thousands of people who protested, we were denied that opportunity. I believe that I'm here because you feel in your heart that it is right to persecute someone who has committed no crime, who has only broken what you call the House decorum rule, which according to Section 19 of the House Permanent Rules of Order say that at worst the thing that should happen is censure. But instead you have brought forward a terrible resolution to deprive and disenfranchise thousands of people in Shelby County of a representative who will and can speak and advocate for them. And I believe, Representative Farmer, that that is wrong.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just remind you of a letter you sent the members of this General Assembly on April 3rd. I recognized I did not follow decorum this past Thursday on the House floor, and I take full responsibility and accountability for my actions. What changed between the letter you sent the members and the account you just gave? Because either A, you were telling a lie here, or you were telling a lie right up there at that podium. So what's the truth?
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Farmer. I did write that letter, and I still stand by it. We broke, I later learned, rules of House decorum by coming up to the floor, and I do take full accountability and responsibility for my actions because I don't want the names of Catherine Coons and Mike Hill and Cynthia Peak and Evelyn D. House and Haley Scruggs and William Kinney and folks like Larry Thorne to go into an ether of silence. You're right that coming up to the House floor without the speaker saying something broke a rule of House decorum, but it did not break a rule that deserves the expulsion of members of this body. We committed no crime. We did nothing but came to this floor to say we need to listen to the constituents who are asking for us to end gun violence. We need to listen to the constituents who are asking for us as they chanted to do something. And that is not a crime. In fact, that is our responsibility, our obligation, and I would even say it's our calling.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you said earlier, you've admitted that you've engaged in disorderly and disruptive conduct, correct?
Representative Pearson.
That's not correct. I believe the rule of House decorum that we broke was walking up to the well without the speaker's permission. But I think, and I'm going to ask that we do get the video of what happened on the House floor that day, because I believe you will see, as we saw in the video earlier, that most of the things that are in this resolution, which really make it challenging, I think most of the things that are in this resolution happened during recess. And what I'm being told now, or what it seems to be happening, is that you cannot be held to account to the permanent House rules of order during recess, or another member of this body would have had a resolution against them, or will be having one pretty soon. And so I think there are a lot of contradictions and questions that are coming up, Representative Farmer.
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pearson, what day were you officially sworn in?
I'm sorry, Representative Pearson.
I was sworn in on the 27th, so Monday last.
Representative Chisholm.
The 27th of March. So I bet you've learned a lot about the House rules over the last few weeks, huh?
Representative Pearson.
Yeah, most certainly have learned a lot, and we're really fortunate to also serve in an interim role to see how this House operates. And I have to say, the way that it operated today was quite different than what I've seen in past sessions.
Representative Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm standing here to fight for our member. I'm standing here to fight for all of our members, because we have a new member standing in a well defending his right to even be here. A member who was sworn in less than 2 weeks ago. A member that is just learning the decorum of this body. A member who is proving himself to be hardworking, articulate, eloquent. And although this member moves a little bit different than most of us, matter of fact, I even go as far to say he moves different than I do. But this is a member that deserves to be a part of this body. This is a member that I've seen with my own eyes works so hard for his community, who I've seen fight tooth and nail the injustice in his community, who fought gun violence, who fought for clean water so that the state could continue to have it. A member since over the last 2 weeks, I've seen study more than I've seen many of us who've sat here for years. So members, many of you all know that it's rare for me to get up into this chamber and speak, but I have to speak to the humanity of everyone in the room. Forgiveness, we're all taught to be forgiving. Well, let's take the opportunity to forgive a new member who maybe, yes, he broke a rule of decorum. A member that I believe in a short period of time will be an asset to this body, who I see as an asset to this body even now. Members, it's been said many times that we've seen many members of this body violate rules and are still here, who violated decorum in a much severe manner than a member just standing in the podium, who are still here. And members, let's remember that as we talk about forgiveness and as we talk about the member in question right now, let's remember who's watching us right now. Let's remember who's in the hallway. And let's not forget about those children that lost their lives. Let's not forget about the reason he felt like he had to get in the well. Because when a generation is penalized for telling the truth, we teach them how to lie. So, members, let's be careful what we're teaching, not only the people who are here at the state capitol right now, not only the people of Tennessee, but remember, please remember, there are people all over the world who are trying to find examples of Tennessee that they can copy and use for themselves. And let's not give them something they'll end up being ashamed of from seeing us. Thank you for your ear, and I ask you for your consideration. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Chisholm. And I do take issue with some of these things, particularly some of these rules. And I think some of the not necessarily the rules in and of themselves, I realize it was passed by this body before I got here. One of the things I do wonder is, as a part of being here, especially when you come in on a special election, how much effort is given to help educate members, right, who are new here. how much attention is given to actually support folks, to be good members of this body, as you all see. But there's also a need when you get new folk. You get people who are different than the status quo. You get people who don't particularly think or see or speak the same ways that you do. How might you change too? Because this is not just about a young generation needing to conform to this body's principalities and the ways that it operates. It's about how this body has to change and transform to meet the needs of this society, how it needs to change and transform to meet the needs of this generation, how it needs to change and transform to meet the needs of people who deserve health care, who deserve adequate educational opportunities, who deserve safety. It's how this body has to transform. It is not just about how we need to think differently or operate differently. It's about how this body can operate differently. And I'll tell you what, today was the first day in about 2 months that I've been here that there has been actual debate on the House floor. This is the first day where the Speaker hasn't ignored hands of Democratic members. This is the first day where everyone who wanted to say something doing welcoming and honoring, as we wanted to do on that Thursday, where I walked to this well, had an opportunity to do so. This is the first time where the question wasn't called by my colleagues in the Republican Party almost immediately after something was brought up. This was the first day that I've seen something that was a semblance of democracy, even on a day that seems to be so filled with anti-democratic operations. And that didn't happen by chance. That happened because a few folk had some courage to stand up and say the way we're doing things is wrong. That's people power. But that's the responsibility of all of us who serve people. It is not just to go with the status quo in and of itself because that's the way that things have always been. It's actually to push for things to be better, to push for the voice of the minority. And I mean that in a couple of ways, not only politically, but today, 2 African-American members, 1 woman, 1 of 2 Democratic members had resolutions for expulsion. It's an opportunity and a necessity that this body become more democratic in order that all voices all the time are heard, so that folks don't have to stand up person after person after person saying, the way we're treating this person's bill is different than this person's. And the only difference that's obvious is the fact that one is black and one is white. One is a Democrat and one is a Republican. Those ways of operating that entrench the status quo only lead to further division and to persecute people who are advocating to stop the proliferation of gun violence in our communities. That's wrong. That's wrong. And so while I know I do take responsibility for coming to the well while the Speaker said out of order, I also take responsibility for the people in our district and in our communities who are asking for us to do something, who are tired of going to funerals of their brothers and their sisters and their grandmothers and their cousins. Are we not responsible to them too? I'll take any other questions.
You guys doing okay?
Representative Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I'm listening, I'm thinking to myself, you don't understand. You don't truly understand why you're standing there today. You don't truly understand why I authored that resolution. And it wasn't an easy
Time's
thing
up,
for
4
me to
o'clock.
do. But I'm hearing you blame this on your youth. But just because you don't get your way and you grab a couple friends, doesn't mean you can come to the well while we're conducting business in session. Other members are waiting to have their bills to be heard. They have constituents too, 60, 70,000 times another 80, millions of people. Just because you don't get your way, you can't come to the well, bring your friends, and throw a temper tantrum with an adolescent bullhorn. It doesn't give you the right to enrage folks that are here to watch this body conduct business and talk about things you know good and well that we've worked hard We've worked very hard to protect our children here in the state of Tennessee. Very hard. You know what? And what you could do, you could file a piece of legislation that maybe you'd do that instead of sitting back and criticizing folks that's worked really hard for the past decade to do so. That might be a place to start. But certainly don't start by commandeering the well while we're conducting business here in this Tennessee General Assembly. That's why you're standing there, because of that temper tantrum that day, for that yearning to have attention. That's what you wanted, but you're getting it now. So I just advise you, if you want to.
I'm thinking of the well. I'm thinking of the well from Goonies. That's a good scene. That was always one of my favorite scenes. When they were in the wishing well. Was it Corey Haim or Corey Feldman in that movie? Or were they both? They weren't both in that one, were they? Corey, which one was it?
How many of you would want to be spoken to that way?
That's my favorite well reference.
How many of you would want to be spoken to that way?
Wait, what just happened? What's up with the tie? Like, I don't even know.
Talking about
It's like a
talking about
Escher
even
drawing or
violence.
something.
How many of you would want to be spoken to that way?
He has a tie, but it like
The
becomes
reason
the
I
shirt
believe
somehow.
The sponsor of this legislation, of this resolution, spoke that way is because he's comfortable doing it. Because there's a decorum that allows it. There's a decorum that allows you to belittle people. We didn't belittle nobody. What we said was that we cannot be beholden to gun lobbyists, to the NRA. We can't be beholden to organizations that don't want to see us make progress on gun violence. We can't be beholden to folks who don't want to see us help save our communities and protect them. But there's something else I think that the sponsor of this resolution has alluded to, and there were a few things here that you said that I want to address. He called a peaceful protest a temper tantrum.
Shout out to Candace for
What's
supporting this stream.
happening outside these doors by Tennesseans who want to see change, a temper tantrum? It's Sarah, whose son Noah was at the Covenant School. He survived. He's 5 years old. And she showed up here demanding that we do something about gun violence. Is that a temper tantrum?
Thanks, Ed.
Is elevating our voices for justice or change a
Thanks,
temper
Ed,
tantrum?
for dropping some facts for us.
But there's something.
You figured out what the breakdown was in Tennessee. 75 Republicans. And I think it requires, it must be that it requires 2/3 majority. So that's why I think the other guy, it was like 66. But I don't know if this is correct, but I think the first guy, Black Jesus for short, I thought it was 66 votes and he got launched. And then the white lady got 65 votes and she stayed. Oh, go get it, get it, get it.
About expelling me for advocating for ending gun violence in the state of Tennessee.
I like when it gets.
I'd much rather
I like when people turn up the
talking with you
volume.
about legislation to protect Shelby County and to protect our communities than talking about why we don't deserve to have our representation lost because we came to the well of this house saying we've got to do something. That's what I would like to be doing.
Oh man, Violet Lotus.
You brought attention, tried to bring attention to me, but I want to turn the attention
Hold on.
to the people.
I'll answer your question, Violet Lotus.
We'll never be able to throw a temper tantrum for gun violence.
It's like,
you know,
it's like the theme of this show. Hey, nice.
the Mike Hills, the
What do they call that?
Haley Scruggs, the William Kennedys, who will never have a chance to throw what you call a temper tantrum for justice, for gun reform, for the ending of gun violence. They'll never have a chance.
Sorry, I've just
Because
let
we
him go
haven't
for a bit.
taken our oath seriously, because we don't take people who we disagree with seriously. We tell them, you just are throwing a temper tantrum. And again, these are the same folks who live in one of the greatest democracies, as we've been told, in the United States of America.
a place and an institution, in fact, I would argue, that was built on protest. An institution that was built on people throwing temper tantrums against injustice and what they viewed as injustice. It isn't a temper tantrum to say that kids should actually go to schools that are safe. Neighborhoods shouldn't have to have thousands of police officers to be safe. We shouldn't have to worry about.
All right. Violet Lotus, hey, thanks for the comment. Why are you showing this? I just got here. Well, it is news that well, like I said, it's more interesting to Democrats than Republicans, which I think is kind of part of the problem with it. Because although some Republicans care about ejecting these people, I don't know if they care as much as Democrats, who are basically turning these people into like heroes now. In fact, that's the word, hero, for this Black Jesus character who wore the white suit and stuff. So I'll show you how it's being interpreted. Okay, this is your chance. And shout out to Candace for supporting this stream. Appreciate that. This is your chance to support this stream so that we can keep streaming it until the vote. I'll give you guys a couple minutes. We'll see. Some people have been tuning out, so I don't know if everybody's interested in it or not. But I took a vote. This is a democracy. 61% of people right now say keep this out of 111 votes. So I'm doing what people asked. However, I may not be able to, I might have to, So if you want to support the stream and keep it going, go ahead and do that now by going to buymeacoffee.com/lifttheveil or dropping a super chat. And if not, that's fine. I just might have to do something else. That's all.
Representatives on our side have legislation that can lead to protecting our communities, including red flag laws and gun storage as well. And I ask that you might work to actually pass that legislation, because we're going to continue to fight for just legislation. We're going to continue to fight to ensure that more lives are not lost to the epidemic of gun violence in our communities. And so, yes, if I'm expelled from this house, I will not have the opportunity to fight for that legislation as a member, but you can believe that I will continue to fight for our communities and to fight for just legislation in the state of Tennessee. With that, if anyone has any more questions or comments.
Representative Beck.
No, Jesus is this guy that I'm showing now. People say Jesus had an afro. Actually, I don't even know. I just been hearing people say Black Jesus. I think they were talking about this guy, who, like I said, I'm actually not even sure. Looks kind of Pacific Islander.
About when I wasn't here, we've had 3 cases now, 4 of people being expelled from the House. The only one that I've been at was Jeremy Durham up until Representative Jones earlier. But Jeremy Durham, about half of y'all were here then. I kept hearing that Jeremy Durham did not have his due process. Do you remember that? The ones who were here. Due process, due process. So let's talk about due process just a minute. Due process is under the Constitution, where if we take your life, liberty, or property, there's a process that the government has to go through. And obviously, we're not sentencing him to death. Obviously, we're not taking his liberty by sending him to jail, but we are taking his property. His job is his property. His elected position in this house is his property. And because of that, and we are a government entity, he deserves, Representative Pearson deserves, and all three of them deserve due process under the Constitution. We've heard a lot about the Constitution today, but this is rock solid due process. And under the due process, you've got to have inquiries. You've got to, we heard about under Jeremy Durham, had a ad hoc committee to investigate it. The Attorney General appointed a committee to investigate it. And yet we still get to months later, not a week later, months later, we get to a position where we are in a special session to expel Jeremy Durham. That was months, years maybe, after the first accusations of the sexual harassment came out and other accusations. But where I'm going with this, ladies and gentlemen, is that none of these people were given their due process.
I was wondering what you were saying.
No investigation. If there was
What do you mean disrespecting Jesus? I don't know. Have I been disrespectful of Black Jesus? There's no way I've been disrespectful of Jesus. Anyway, I don't like threats. I'm the one who threatens people for coffees around here. I don't allow people to threaten me or extort me. I do the extorting. Thank you very much.
Given them due process, like anyone.
But what do you mean? Are you mad because I'm calling him Black Jesus? Or is it?
Yes.
What are you mad about?
We would be in a lot better position to make a decision on young Representative Pearson. And a point of order, I've got a question for the clerk. Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, is it against the House rules to approach the well without the speaker's permission?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that is not contained in the House rules.
Representative Beck.
So when young Representative Pearson admitted to breaking decorum because he went to the well,
It might be blasphemous.
Speaker, in fact, he was not breaking House rules or House decorum. He didn't know that he wasn't breaking House rules or House decorum. So when he says that he did, he was actually in error.
Do you want to see the picture of Black Jesus again?
Mr. Speaker, I believe part of the issue was that the members weren't recognized, which is part of the rules.
Representative Beck.
But the representative said earlier, he thought he broke the rules because he came.
Thank you.
Which that was not
Prague.
a violation.
Thank you, Prague, for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Due process. All this could have been vetted, and we would have been in a process where we would have seen the video that was spliced from 4 different angles, 4 different people who took it, and been able to authenticate it and given you true due process.
And thanks.
I appreciate that. And I'm still learning a lot about the rules.
All right, we're cool now.
And appreciate you sharing.
Thanks,
that.
guys.
And what
Thanks,
I
Violet.
agree with is that.
And thanks, Black. Hey, guess what? Black Jesus bought me a coffee. So Black Jesus is watching the stream. Thank you.
We're never given any idea of how this process would work. Whether or not we would even have, how much time we would have to
Appreciate it, guys.
For you to talk.
Now we're
to
cool.
You all about the reason that we needed to remain here. We weren't given due process, but this wasn't and isn't fair. And I think what ultimately has happened, and this is the tragedy of this moment, is this very undemocratic process has already led to the expulsion of one member from the State House General Assembly, Representative Justin Jones. And operating in this way means that it doesn't have anything to do with the rules.
Well, it's weird when he says undemocratic when they're voting, you know. I'm like, oh, but is not, they're actually voting on it, so I'm not sure it's undemocratic. I mean, it might be kind of, I don't know. I can understand why you don't like it, but they're voting, right?
Doesn't have to do with a breaking of a rule or something like that even. I think it has to do with working to silence the voices of people calling for action.
Yeah, did you hear him when he was like, oh, you guys are calling peaceful protesters insurrectionists? I was like, uh-huh, really? Because I guess people are calling them insurrectionists for their gun protest or something.
It is time for us to do something. That is ultimately what has led to the use of our First Amendment rights and the protesting against injustice on the State House floor, in order that we might elevate the issues of our community and our constituents who are in need and asking for us to do something. And so it's very helpful to know that the rule I even thought I broke wasn't even a rule in the first place. But to be able to bend the rules or skip the rules for certain folks, or to use the rules against duly elected members of this body for either politically motivated reasons or ideologically motivated reasons, are wrong. And not only is it about setting a bad precedent for generations and generations to come, it's bad today, right? For people who still believe and have faith in what Tennessee can be, for the young people who still are marching. And
I appreciate this guy because he's less racist than the other guy. The first guy, like made it super racial. The one I think we're calling Black Jesus, even though I guess it's just because that's what people are saying. I don't know. That guy was super. He made it like about race. He was using buzzwords like Caucasian persuasion and like the black face of white supremacy and stuff like that. It was kind of over the top. You guys missed that.
And at this point, in this place, instead of working on those things, we're working to expel people whose voices we disagree with and whose ideologies and perspectives about the liberation of everybody we view as wrong.
Lear Lambert.
Representative Pearson. You know, I've sat here today and I haven't said much. This is a difficult day, I think, for all of us and for all of Tennessee. Like many others that have spoken on both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat, and all of the people that are here today, because they have families, they have jobs, they have homes. We are all on this House floor because this is important. And you would agree with that, I hope, correct?
Representative Pearson.
Of course.
Leader Lambert.
I've struggled when I listen to you speak about what you think about the rest of your colleagues here, because we are colleagues. You ran and were elected by the people of your district. So was I. Why do you feel like when there are hundreds of bills that are being filed, there are hundreds of hours of work being put in by all of these people who have children and grandchildren and constituents who have been killed by violence, and yes, gun violence and others, and yet you stand here and you came to the well of this chamber and silenced 96 other voices. And the stuff you have said, because I respect you, I actually literally respect you. You're a very intelligent individual. You're very zealous. You're very passionate about what you believe in. I am passionate about my constituents as well. I don't want any child anywhere in this state to be in danger. You've heard me say those words, but you don't seem like you believe that any of us care about our constituents as much as you care about yours. Though many people in this body have served their communities for decades, both Republican and Democrat. When you step into the well with a bullhorn and are yelling and screaming and are sharing with the people of this state that you believe that none of us care, and you shut down the ability of even a response, surely you can at least admit that is an egregious thing to shut out other voices, because only together with everybody's thoughts at the table, everybody's voice at the table, can we possibly solve the problems that plague our day. Every single voice is important. Yours, mine, everyone's. Does it not matter to you that in doing so, you shut down every other voice and elevated yourself even above the very families who were going through hell because their loved ones were killed? And it appeared to us as if in that broach of protocol, it's not about the rules. It's about that you elevated yourself above the very dead bodies that had not been put in the ground yet. How can you not get that? We all of us, want to make sure that there's no more children killed. Surely you get that, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond. I understand that your voice matters. I would ask that you explain to this body why you feel like ours do not. Because on almost every single bill you've spoken, and I think your questions have been illuminated in certain issues that I might not have thought about because I haven't walked in your shoes and you haven't walked in mine. But those rules are there so that we can have this back and forth instead of people just shouting at each other in which nothing gets resolved. I wanted to share that because I wanted to hear your thoughts on how coming to the House floor with a bullhorn and drowning out the voice of my constituents is helpful in this exchange, because this is the way that I know how to resolve things, to talk about them and share ideas and share our differences in a way that comes to better results. What are your thoughts on that?
Representative Pearson.
Leader Lambert, you're wrong. I don't think that one person's voice is more important than anybody's, especially the 96 or so other folks. But what about the thousands of people who were here that Thursday who you never recognized? What about the thousands of people here who your colleagues never made eye contact with or smirked at and gave a thumbs up or laughed at? What about the thousands of people who came here saying, we need to end gun violence and we need you to do something, and they were called insurrectionists by the Speaker of this House? What about the thousands of people who marched the streets of Nashville and came up to this Capitol asking that we do something, but instead of getting just legislation that might protect our schools, we're saying put more guns in schools? I have to tell you, Leader Lambert, I'm shocked that you would say that you care so much about debate in this moment. I am, because I've seen and talked with a young person today who said they came to you and they were talking with you, and there was another representative, Representative Jones, there, and he was trying to speak with you, and you yelled at him, "I've heard enough from you, young man." You said that to another equal member of this body. And so it is hard for me to now listen to you, a person who has yet to put forward legislation that I believe, or that I think has had the true input of other members of this House and other members of this body's input that could actually help protect and save our communities. I haven't heard you talk about the red flag gun laws that you're ready to propose. I haven't heard you talk about the gun storage bills that you're ready to propose. I haven't heard you talking about those things or putting resources or money towards our communities that are suffering from gun violence. I haven't heard you do those things just yet. And so it is very difficult for me to stand here now for you to think that I am trying to elevate myself above the people who were killed at Covenant, or my own people like Dr. Yvonne Nelson or Larry Thorne or TJ Crutcher. It's really difficult for you to look me in the eye and tell me that I'm putting myself above people who have been killed by gun violence, who I know personally and who I don't know personally but advocate for. When in this House, on that day when we returned, instead of putting forward just legislation, we moved on as business as usual. We had only one representative to speak about the shooting at Covenant, and we moved on. So don't tell me, sir, that debate is so important to us when you didn't stand up and tell the Speaker, we need to make sure that all members can speak now. Go ahead, Leader Lambert.
Leader Lambert, the first 5 ran out. That was his 5. We'll put you back on the list and come back to you. I'm sorry. Sorry. No, we don't. We'll come right back. It's fine. We'll be back in 5 minutes or less, potentially. Representative Harris.
Violet Lotus. Says, do I have to leave this channel to see the temper
When I
tantrum?
look at you,
Look at this guy.
I see myself. If I'm unable to see you as my brother, then it is my vision that is blurred.
I don't know if this is racist.
I don't want to talk to the members about this. I just want to talk to you directly as a.
I was going to say, reminded me of another person. That's what I meant. That's what I was going to
legislature.
say. I wasn't going to say something
I remember when I
racist.
first got here, I think that I would walk by people, even now I still do. And one thing every member is going to be able to say is that I speak to every single person. I'm going to say, hey, how are you? How's it going? I'm going to speak to every single person. Everybody doesn't speak back. So we're going to talk about silence. On these committees that we serve on, I understand where you're coming from on this because a lot of times there is a lot of silence.
Who does he remind me of? He reminds me of somebody, though.
You can
I was going to
ask
say
to
Kendrick,
speak
but
on
I don't know
something
if
and it's gonna
that's who I'm
be
thinking
silenced. I served on a committee last year that the speaker can actually attest to. I asked the speaker to be removed from the committee because a rule was put in place that we had to provide the questions ahead of time. So we were being silenced. I look back at a few weeks ago, I was in a committee and the chairman, who I have the utmost respect for, heard me ask for a question and ignored me, silenced. It happens so often here. We have to find our place. So whereas you decided to go to the well to speak on behalf of people, thousands of people, because we had been silenced for so long, that buildup happens. I was talking to a member on yesterday about today's proceedings, and they said, well, I respect you. I respect you highly. I think of you greatly now.
Violet. Hold on. Let me see.
People had an opinion of who I was before they had even gotten to know who I was. You got here a week and a half ago.
You're looking for a temper tantrum.
Made their decision.
I think, Violet, the temper tantrum is not referring to today's happenings.
Is that as you
I think the temper tantrum was at the thing that they're being punished for. I think.
I mean, if you look around this room, a lot of these members may retire, be dead and gone, but rules and stuff will still change, and you'll be here.
Interesting.
We have an obligation to serve and represent people, every single one of us. And while things may not pan out the way you want it to right now, just know it really did work out. And I say that because if you watched an hour or so ago, it didn't really work out. And so we're here now. People are looking, paying attention to every single thing we do, respectfully. We had a member from our community that was murdered, Tyree Nichols. Murdered. We talked about him for 1 week. We had 6 individuals killed recently, 3 children, 3 adults. And we would have talked about them for 1 week had you not done what you did last Thursday. You allowed for more voices to be heard. Now, while I may have done things a little different, you made a difference that everybody's going to remember. And I promise you, those young people, the people that's going to pass away in the future, things that may happen in the future, they're going to get heard. And when you go back home, just know you did a great job. Matthew 25:21 says, well done, my good and faithful servant. It has been a joy to work with you, no matter what happens here today.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Representative Harris. And indeed, we are in a movement rooted in love, a movement for justice, a movement to end gun violence, the movement to end poverty, to ensure every kid gets good education, the movement to ensure everybody has access to health care. It's rooted in love because it's rooted in the belief that every person has value. And I know that that's countercultural or that's subversive to some people's way of thinking, but it is rooted in love. That is how we can, and that is the way we must operate. But I want to speak to this because I don't know
sorry
what's
about that.
going to happen. But I promise you,
I'm new here.
it's all right with me. What I will say is that those silences that my colleague is talking about, it's an institutional problem. And I see a lot of chairmen here talking and a lot of other leaders here of the party that's in positions of power right now. And I'm really speaking to the chair folk. Y'all have a responsibility to make sure your committees still are democratic. I've watched the committee hearings, and oftentimes you get folks calling the question before any other colleague gets to ask any question, even when they have valid points. Folks, I came up here last year fighting for some environmental justice legislation. We had 6 people who were supposed to speak on the committee, and it turned into miraculously just 2. Upholding the ideal that all of us want for democracy, the idea that folks died for and that they fought for and that they cried for and that they gave their lives for. Folk like my granddaddy who fought in World War II in Vietnam, folk who have given and sacrificed for this country. The responsibility to hold together this democracy does not just fall on the hands of the people who are being persecuted. It's actually the people who are in positions of power. Because when you don't, you abuse the power. And this resolution sponsored, this is, in my eyes and many folks' eyes, an abuse of power. But I would say to you, no matter what happens, I'm all right. But I want y'all to know who remain, that each of you have an obligation to stop turning the people's house into your own club. That the folks who sit in committees with you, who got elected just like you, who swore the same oath that you swore, they deserve a voice in these committee rooms, and we deserve a voice on this House floor. The erosion of democracy in the state legislature is what got us here. It wasn't walking up to the well. It was being disruptive to a status quo that silences the minority. And it is wrong. And the people in this state and the people across the country and the world, whoever's watching, are wanting to see a change. Just because you have power doesn't give you the right to abuse it. Because even if I disagree with your constituents on political issues, I do agree on the principle for which my ancestors fought and died, which is that they would have a democracy. A democracy, as one said, that is governed by the people and for the people, not one that's governed by ideas and principalities and beliefs and ideological divides that try and silence folk. It's horrible that someone who got elected just like you can't even get a good morning from you. Somebody who got elected just like you can't speak in committee sitting next to you. But then you come here to persecute me and tell me you just don't understand the rules of debate. When I know for a fact this House has not been a place of debate for Democrats. This House has not been a place of debate for people who are transgender. This House has not been a place of debate for people who are LGBTQIA. This House has not been a place of debate for people who are already persecuted in our society. This House ain't even been a place of debate for people who wear beautiful dashikis in honor of their ancestors who made it over. And so it's one thing to hold the ideals up in this moment, to talk about today, to talk about how good democracy is working in Tennessee in this moment as you prepare to persecute individuals for expulsion. It's one thing to talk about those ideals, but it's another thing to actually be in this House, to see members being misnamed, Folks won't even say.
That was your 5.
They cut him off.
No, that was the new 5.
Racist.
That was the second 5. Sorry. We're going next. Is it Parliamentary question? What's the question?
It's pretty civilized. I mean, kind of.
Mr. Clerk.
They're the one guy that sounds like an auctioneer. I thought that guy was great. And then the way this guy started, he was like singing and stuff. I mean, it's kind of interesting.
Got it. All right.
Oh, is this it?
Representative Hawk.
Oh, wow. They showed the vote screen. Somebody's saying,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't plan to speak today. We're talking about the committee system, and we're talking about floor actions like this is something new. The supermajority that we've heard about through conversations today, that's what's new. The Democratic Party had control of both bodies of the legislature for 140 years. And early on, I couldn't get a bill heard. I couldn't get recognized.
you can hear people chanting, I guess, out there.
Time ever having a conversation on the floor about a concern that I have. There were certain people who were able to pass bills. There are certain people who were able to talk on bills. So it's not something that's new. And all that being said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Even though it did happen for 140 years, I think that the Speaker, I think that most, if not all, of our committee chairmen have gone out of their way to have people heard, much more so than what I experienced in my early years down here. I heard an interesting reaction from the crowd a few moments ago as someone was talking about when this legislature changes and when members who may be here now may be dead and gone. And the crowd outside cheered like that. The crowd cheered when that was mentioned. And that hurts my heart that anyone could wish or laugh when we're talking about our members being gone, members being dead and gone. That's what's being discussed. We talk about the focus not being on an individual, but we're seeing that individual right now bring the focus to himself. I heard there was also said earlier, people had opinions of who I was before people even knew who I was. And we were talking about how to learn the rules and how many rules there are and how it's a challenge to learn the rules in such a short time. And one of the ways I learned the rules down here was from senior members. And I came on the floor several weeks ago and expressed the way that I learned the rules of the House. And I'm expressing that to the 15 freshman men on the floor. And I tell them the story of Lois DeBerry and how she expressed to me what was understood I was supposed to be doing. And I took that advice in good faith, and I never made that mistake again. The reactions that we have seen began calling me everything in the book. National media called me everything in the book. Thankfully, members of leadership on the Democratic side came up to me and said, "We know you're not what you were called. We know that you care. We know that you've been a part of this process." So I just left that as someone being naive.
left at that. But I'm wondering, how do we learn the rules? Do we sit there and read what's on the paper? Is it life experience? Do we listen to those who have gone through this legislative process before to teach us, to try to instruct us?
Yeah, the one thing about politics.
To a question here.
One thing about politics, and they'll go on like all freaking day. I mean, this was going on for hours before I started covering it. You know, all that happened literally is like I was out. I was like, you know, I was working because, you know, I'm committed. And I got an order that came that was like almost all the way home. And then this was going on. It's like, this is news. And Lochner was covering it, right? I always get. I always try to be in a competition with Lochner. And actually, literally, like, you guys think it's not big news. Thousands of people are tuned into the other feeds of this. And who knows exactly what they're saying. I mean, thousands and thousands. So the fact that, like, nobody's here doesn't mean that nobody's interested. Somebody's interested somewhere. Uh-oh. This is democracy. I don't know. I'm interested in it. Like, actually, I feel like this just fuels Democrats' fire. That's all. And I'm like looking at what they're saying on Twitter and stuff. Breaking news, breaking news. The Twitter logo is no longer a Doge logo. So anyway, we're waiting for this vote. Buddha girl. This is like the question of the day. The shirt has me hypnotized. Is it a tie sweater or a sweater tie? I literally, I'm looking at it. It's a tie. It looks like a tie. Like it's in 3 dimensions on the upper part, but then all of a sudden it becomes something else. Like I don't understand it. There is a knot like it's a tie, but then it's oh, I think I figured it out. Okay, I think I figured it out. Maybe. I'm not sure though. Anyway, he's going nuts.
Bribery is that you're having to address ideas and people different than you're used to.
Yeah, maybe he's wearing, like, just to answer this really important question, maybe he's wearing a sweater over his tie, and the sweater has a pattern on it that makes it seem like, I don't know. I really can't say for sure though. Like maybe that's a sweater because he's got a ring around his neck, like right here. See this collar thing? So maybe he's wearing something completely over the tie, and this black part is just part of the design of the thing that he's wearing over top. Uh-oh. Talking about white folks.
Built on a solidarity dividend that can break any institution that refuses to change. And so, because we need not cling to hurt, I suggest that this institution choose to change. change the way that it is operating in order for justice to be possible here, for everybody's voice to be treated equitably here. I will say this. Lois DeBerry, Speaker Pro Tem, why was she never the Speaker of this House?
MAGA man says race baiter.
deserved to be
This guy's
Speaker
not
of
as bad
this
as the first guy. The first guy was a lot worse.
And the reality is,
MAGA man.
the reason that she was saying things about decorum and things like that,
So I don't know
she
how long they're
understood
going
that
to
the
talk for.
institution that she was a part of. The institution, as the second Black woman, I believe, to ever be elected in the Tennessee State Legislature, the way she had to present herself, the things she had to do and say, and the way she had to look was so important because Black folk wouldn't get respected otherwise, because white folks wouldn't respect them. They'd call them boy, they call them girl instead of chairperson or Speaker Pro Tem.
Oh, he got cut off again. He keeps going over time.
All right. Representative Towns.
Oh, hey, check this out. This is news.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here again, and members, I'm going to say that this House right now should be in mourning. We really should be in mourning.
Too much.
After the incident at Covenant with the 6 beautiful souls that untimely transitioned.
No, that's not.
That's what we still should be doing, watching the flags fly at half mast. Because I know that particular day, everybody was hurting, and a lot of us are still hurting. Hearts broken. A heartache is a hell of a thing. Our hearts were cracked and broken, and you can't put it back together again. We're supposed to be in mourning. This house ought to be in mourning. It has not healed, hadn't had time to heal. It takes time to heal a broken heart. But we've been deflected on trumped up charges for 1 of our members, 2 of our members, 3 of our members, which is subconsciously denying us the ability to heal and plan and progress our way through this melee of madness, of death and destruction in our communities. We should be in mourning. And in our anger, we're lashing out at our members, at the brothering, if you will, on this House floor. We're lashing out. That is not Christian. That is not kindness. That is not brotherly. And that's not something that we should act that way towards our colleagues. As I've shared with you, none of our members should be expelled because there were other measures if there need to be anything done in terms of discipline. We had other measures. I ask that you allow our member to stay and allow us to get back to mourning and to figure out how we can address this plague that's harming our nation and harming our people and harming our state and harming our citizens. People are calling for something to be done. Many of us don't know exactly what needs to be done, but we know we have to do something. Any of us would run into a burning building to try to save some children. All of us. As I shared about the anger, when we get angry, we may be like a dysfunctional F troop and all the children die because we're mad. Madness, temporarily insanity. It's insaneness when you go mad. Can't rule and judge over people with madness, sober minds and hearts of flesh, passion. When you're trying to legislate and have sway over human beings' lives. My grandmother told me something a long time ago. So she said, baby, you never spank your children when you're angry at them. I said, why, my dear? It said you may hurt them. We're hurting our members because we're mad. The body has gone mad. Like an autoimmune disease, the body turns against itself. We're mad because of something that transpired on this floor. We need to figure out how to save our member, and I'm encouraging that we don't expel our member. I really appreciate your consideration and hope that we act accordingly, come out of this stupor of madness, and do what's going to be just. Justice for Justin.
Yes, I was. Thanks, Jerry Boomer. I see a lot of like racist comments about fried chicken and stuff. I just want to say, like, people, a lot of people like fried chicken. Like Chinese people love fried chicken. I think KFC is like the biggest restaurant in China. So, and everybody likes watermelon. I mean, the thing is actually it's like all really good food. So it's kind of not fair. Like I really like chicken and waffles and stuff.
And we have significant incidences of gun violence. That is the reality of what's happening in the state of
I like grits. Man, I used to love that stuff. I go to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles in Hollywood, where it's like definitely, yeah, man, that stuff is good, man. Can't find chicken and waffles like that around here. I'd have like chicken and waffles. I'd like pour syrup all over the waffles and stuff, and then grits, like butter. So good. Even greens are okay. Yeah, there's a place around here that I got chicken and waffles. Oh, so disappointing. It was horrible. And it was expensive too. I went to this place. It's like fancy, supposedly fancy, but it was like a $25 chicken and waffles. It wasn't even good. Here, check this out. Thanks, people who support the show. We got some support over on the Rockfin stream. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Keeping me off the road. Yeah, I was going to go back to work. But you guys saved it. You guys saved it. We had a few people who saved the show today. Drunk and Baked with a $20 tip over on Rockfin, who said, sorry if you addressed this, just hopping in. Did you see Tim Pool call for all presidents to get charged and calling the Republican DAs to do something? And do you think this is the powder keg popping off? Do you think Obama is going to be charged for killing that ISIS terrorist son from Colorado? Yeah, the American, you mean, that got killed? That was kind of weird, right? We drone bombed an American teenager, didn't we? And then Death to Tyrant stepped up with a $5 tip. Said, you're the man, Nathan. Stay real. Stay you, bro. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. This is new trans violence. I was trying to come up with a meme to send to the gun kid, from Parkland. What's his name? Little Hitler. Hogg, David Hogg.
These are decisions that can be made by we who have.
Oh yeah, and then thanks to I already say thank you for I did right. Black Jesus and Violet L. Appreciate it. You guys are cool. Keep me off the road. Nice is nice. So anyway, it's getting really confusing for me too, because people are starting to mix up the way they describe people. So this headline from the Post-Millennial, oops, I can hide that. This headline from the Post-Millennial says trans male arrested for planning Colorado school shooting, had anti-Trump manifesto, but they mean trans woman, trans identified male. They probably should have said trans identified male. That's the new thing, right? Trans people don't like it, but the thing TERFs and stuff are saying, instead of trans woman, they're saying trans identified male. So anyway, this is a guy. Actually, it could have fooled me. When it said trans male, I was like, oh, another one? Because that person is actually quite androgynous looking to me. Wonder if he's on hormones. Like I would have trouble saying, actually, for sure. I would actually very feminine looking in a lot of ways. Like if it was a girl pretending to be a guy, I wouldn't be surprised. But apparently it's a guy pretending to be a girl. So that's right. A trans-identified male who goes by Lily, but his given name is William Whitworth, 19-year-old. Threats involving schools in Colorado Springs Academy District 20. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Here it goes. Here it goes.
Does any member wish to change their vote?
Okay, so here we go. There's going to be chaos if he gets expelled. I think they need 66 votes. Why is the clock stopped?
Clerk, take the vote.
73, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. Let the journal reflect.
Oh,
Representative
wow.
Terrence excused.
Holy shit. They really
Representative
launched
Pearson.
him. Holy
Yes,
crap.
office closed.
They launched him. So, man, I don't know.
I just want to ask point of privilege. Speaker, point of personal privilege. Is it possible that Senator Ackberry could join us up here? Former State House Representative.
Yeah, she can
So he just got kicked out.
Thank you. She's going to stand next to me. Leader Camper. Come on, Senator.
Is the audio fucked up? Oh, no, it should be okay now.
All glory and honor to God, who makes all things possible, who takes the son of teenage parents Kimberly Owens Pearson and Jason C. Pearson and brings them to an institution built by enslaved people's hand. All glory and honor
Oh, here
to
we
God,
go. Holy cow.
who brings those who've been marginalized and excluded into this place and tells them that you still have a voice, that you still are somebody, and that the movement for love and justice cannot be stopped because we've still got a heartbeat, because we've still got a movement for love that needs us. We've still got people who are calling on us to act and to do something. To all you who still believe that the best days for democracy are ahead. For all of you who still believe that our better days in Tennessee are ahead, I want to tell you that I still believe with you. And how is it that even now amidst persecution on this Holy Week, after my own brother Justin Jones, Representative Jones, gets expelled from the House, is it that we still have hope and faith and belief in the democracy of Tennessee, faith and hope in the belief in the democracy of the United States of America? How is it that you still have hope, you descendant of enslaved people? How is it that you still have hope? Well, it's because even from the bottom of slave ships, my people didn't quit. Even in cotton fields and rice fields, my people didn't quit. Even when they were whipped and chained and told they had no name, my people didn't quit. Even when they incarcerated us, locked us up for a crack cocaine epidemic created by President Ronald Reagan to fund a war in South America, my people didn't quit. Even when they defunded our schools, separated us and called us colored and white, even when they put us on lynching trees in the state of Tennessee, specifically in Shelby County, my people didn't quit. Even now, as our own brothers and sisters lay to rest because of the failure of people in positions of power to do something. Because people are refusing to pass just laws to end the epidemic
How old do you
of
think
gun
this guy
violence
is?
in the state
Oh,
of
sorry.
Tennessee.
I want to
My
interrupt.
people have yet to quit.
This,
So even now,
all the liberals are going to
amidst
share
this
this. I
vote,
bet they're going to be like, "Oh,
amidst
this is the
this
greatest."
persecution, I remember the good news. Hallelujah, Jesus. I remember that on Friday, the government decided that my Savior Jesus, a man that was innocent of all crimes except fighting for the poor, fighting for the marginalized, fighting for the LGBTQ community, fighting for those who are single mothers, fighting for those who are ostracized, fighting for those pushed to the periphery. My Savior, my Black Jesus.
Yes.
He was lynched by the government on Friday. And they thought that all hope had been lost. All the outside, it rained and it thundered, and everybody said everything was over. And it was some Black women who stood at the cross. It was some Black women who watched what the government did to that boy named Jesus. They were witnesses, as you have been witnesses to what is happening in the anti-democratic state of Tennessee. They were witnesses to what was going on. And I got to tell you, it got quiet on Saturday. Yes, I tell you, it was a sad day on Saturday. All hope seemed to be lost. Representatives were thrown out of the State House. Democracy seemed to be at its end. Seemed like the NRA and gun lobbyists might win. But oh, that was good news for us. I don't know how long this Saturday in the state of Tennessee might last. But oh, we have good news, folks. We've got good news that Sunday always comes. Resurrection is a promise, and it is a prophecy. It's a prophecy that came out of the cotton fields. It's a prophecy that came out of the lynching tree. It's a prophecy that still lives in each and every one of us in order to make the state of Tennessee the place that it ought to be. And so I've still got hope because I know we are still here and we will never quit.
Out of order.
Yeah, there we go.
Out of order. We're voting on House Resolution
Fists
63. All those in
raised.
favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
That wasn't me who muted it. I don't know what happened.
Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
People are freaking out.
Aye, 69, 26 nays.
Having
Okay.
received the concurrence of 2/3 of the members to which the House is entitled in the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, House Resolution 63 is hereby adopted. Without objection, the motion reconsider is tabled. Pursuant to Article 2, Section 12 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, I hereby declare Representative Justin J. Pearson of the 86th Representative District expelled from the House of Representatives of the 103rd General Assembly of the State of Tennessee. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Announcements.
Announcements.
Oh, people are gonna keep screaming.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call.
They're muted. They're muting the mic or something. Pretty intense, huh? Like I'm hoping for something. Sorry, I didn't cut the sound. They cut it. I guess. I don't know, because of the people screaming. That's all we're seeing. Everything's cool. We're live.
89 members present.
Leader Cochran, you're recognized. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 5 p.m. on Monday, April 10th, 2023.
Let's see.
Without objection, the House stands in recess till 5 p.m. on Monday, April 10th, 2023.
There you go. Okay. All right, there you go. So that's the Tennessee House of Representatives State Capitol. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, look, they have like a special video. Did they do this with a drone or a dolly? That's pretty fancy. I wonder if it's a 3D model. Mesmerized. Well, there you have it, guys. They kicked out a couple people. We got some loud speeches. We got some people. We got some emotion. They did. It is kind of. Somebody made a comment that they did go after. They did end up ejecting both of the black people. And I'm sorry, I'm laughing about it. And not the white lady, which I mean, they might have, I have no idea. I literally don't know what they did. But if it did, like, that does make it kind of, I don't know, optically worse, right? Affected area says, where's the well? Yeah, I know. There you go. That's it. Marked safe from Democrats. So that's the news. I will just roll into the real news. Maybe I'll change the name of the show. Oh, I don't have my camera on. And I deleted the scene that I was capturing. Hey. I'll change the name of the stream to The Real News. Then we'll see if like more people tune in. Good luck, huh? Hold on. What could I say? Oh, another trans mass shooter. Could I do that? Another trans. I don't even know what to do for a headline. Everyone after that last one was like, oh, trans woman, but it wasn't a trans woman. I mean, not the way we're supposed to say it. And now this one says trans male, but that's just confusing because I assume that means it's a female. Sheeny Donut says this one comes with a manifesto that we get to see. Oh, that's cool. Where do we get to see it? Did Post Millennial publish it? They had threats against a bunch of people. Whitworth's manifesto had a list of school people and shooters with notes next to their names. Lauren Southern is on Vaush. Isn't Vaush left wing? What's up with? Why would this person have a problem with Vaush? They call Vaush a terrorist. And Lauren Southern pathetic. I don't even know who Israel Keys is. Adam Lanza too smart. A list of firearms and how to 3D print them. Detailed lists of numerous named individuals to be killed and their indented casualty versus injury rate. Information detailing the creation of improvised explosive devices. The finalization of locations being Timberview Middle School, Prairie Hills Elementary, and Pine Creek High School. So that's not good. All right. What's the reaction going to be to this whole news? Somebody's saying, somebody is, what was I going to say? Scott says they're going after 3D printing. Yeah, they have already gone to after 3D printing. Remember everybody said like 3D printing was going to like change everything? It hasn't really yet, right? Was there anyone who said, "Oh, in 2023, AI is going to take over the world"? Okay, I was thinking of, yeah, I was thinking of, what was I thinking of? I was thinking of, hold on. Have you guys heard AI? You guys have heard AI voices, right? Because I've already shown you, I've already played them for you guys, the ones I made. So some people are talking about it more. There's actually, people are doing rap songs with AI voices. Like some rapper recorded something with Jay-Z on it, but it's not Jay-Z. It does sound like him. And then you guys know I made some deepfakes, right? I have deepfakes of Joe Biden, deepfakes of Ron DeSantis. I have a deepfake of Jerome Powell, like Joe Biden. Let's see.
This is Joe Biden. Dr. Jill Biden is my husband. Now, look, we need to talk about this transgender thing. About 5 minutes ago, I found out about transgender lesbians. Have you heard about that? Do you know what that is? You won't believe this. It's a man who says he's a woman, but then still wants to have sex with actual women. And I'm saying he still wants to put his penis in an actual female vagina and call himself a lesbian. Now, I might be white, but I'm not stupid. I might have fallen off the turnip truck, but I'm not a turkey. I might have been born yesterday, but I'm no spring chicken. Now listen, Jack, these guys aren't fooling me. These jagoffs can't get regular poontang, so they turn trans, hoping a lesbian will feel sorry for them now that they're LGBTQ+. Well, that's too much for me. One thing I know about lesbians, they hate being around dicks. Some of them probably turned lesbian hoping they'd never have to see another dick in their lives. I remember when I was in school, we had a lesbian crossing guard. You know, this real butch dyke, forearms like Popeye, you know, like she could just snap your neck. And nobody said she was a man. And that's what all Americans should want. So I just want lesbians to know that, you know, the big guy stands with you. This has been your president.
You see how he drops? He's like the big guy. Yeah, that's one of my samples. That's Joe Biden on lesbians. Then I had Ron DeSantis on being being called anti-Semitic. I had Jerome Powell. That was my first one. Ron DeSantis on being called anti-Semitic.
This is Ron DeSantis. I just want to address something. Some people are saying I'm anti-Semitic because I said Trump was indicted by a Soros-funded DA. First of all, George Soros is an atheist, so don't start with that. I don't think the Jewish God is what makes him a soul-sucking vampire. Second of all, do you know how much I've done for the Jews? I'll have you know, in Florida, you are not allowed to criticize Israel on college campuses. Did you know that? You can't contract with the government without pledging your support to Israel. We're working on a bill right now. I don't know if you've heard about this, that will basically make it illegal to make jokes about Jewish people in the state of Florida. If you stand on a street corner with a sign that says Kanye was right, you'll end up in solitary confinement, and you'll be lucky if we let you call a lawyer. If you use the words bagel and greedy too close together, you automatically get put on a watch list. So give me a break with this anti-Semitic stuff. We see what you're doing.
Yeah, I shared that. But I haven't animated it. I haven't animated it yet. Some people are animating things that I don't think are as funny, but I could definitely write some more material. I just don't have that much. I just don't have time. I have to do my show. I got to drive around. I got to just fuck around. I got to make memes. Thanks, Maximi. Thanks, Maximi. Amen. Appreciate it. Yeah, well, you like the Biden one better? Yeah, I'm talking to somebody about maybe like, because I was looking at this. So anyway, these audio deepfakes are obviously pretty good. I was gonna play a prank on my friend. Because I have the voice for someone we went to college with together, this girl. And I was thinking of cloning it and then like having her say, "Oh, I love you," to my friend. Like leave I don't know, record like some kind of like deep fake that says, "Oh, I love you. I'm thinking of leaving my husband, and oh, Nathan told me about this cryptocurrency, so I have all this money saved away, and we can just go off together." That's what I was going to record. Just send it to him. I'm thinking about leaving my husband. See what he says. I mean, it's amazing for pranks, really. I mean, really, like, just think about it. You can bring back dead people. Like, I could do Muhammad Ali, and he's funny. I mean, Muhammad Ali, it's hard to write for because he was so funny all by himself, but he's not dead yet, is he? But you can do dead people. Bloodbird says, you should cover what just happened in Tennessee live. What do you mean? Is there something going on? What do you mean, Bloodbird? Sorry. Man, he was so good. I'm so fast. Last night when I went to bed, I hit the light switch. I was in the bed before the room was dark. I'm fast. I've been doing something new for this fight. I done wrestled with an alligator, tussled with a whale, handcuffed lightning, threw thunder in jail. No, he was too good. You can't really write for him. I'm fast, man. I'm quick. Just last night, I drew blood from a rock, hospitalized a brick. I'm so bad, I make medicine sick. Yeah, he was good. You guys ever see that movie, When We Were Kings? John, Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson. Oh, we can imagine a scenario with them. Yeah, I'll show you guys. Hold on. Somebody said there's a Nick Fuentes clip that people are talking about. Yeah, Muhammad Ali. Okay, we got to think about that. Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson, huh? Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson's pretty funny already. This is how they're going to lock people up in Canada if you say anything anti-trans or anything. Denver Adway. I won't repeat that. Dick on Rockfin says, we got another week or two of fixating on other people's genitalia before they pull the new 9/11, new Pearl Harbor, new Lusitania, whatever they need to get NATO, U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine, because Ukraine's spring offensive is DOA without them. Oh, yeah, it's spring, huh? Hey, thanks, Michelle Obama's man, who says When We Were Kings is a great movie. Yeah, it's good. He's like, he has this one part where he's talking about, he's like, I want to tell all the kids out there, you have got to fight Mr. Tooth Decay. I got cavities. He's funny, man. You guys want to listen to this? Okay, let's see.
Firstly, it enables the Attorney General to create a 2S LGBTQI plus
Come on, man.
safety zone to
what does the 2S stand for? Like, what are we doing, man? Yeah, I made a meme about, like, I'm cool with the LGB, totally, which I know not everybody is. But the rest of it is like, what? Like, I don't even know what's going on. 2SL, like I'm going to ask, what does 2SLGBTQIA plus stand for? Yeah, thank you. All right, here it is. Oh, and come on, man. Give me a break. What's that mean? Two spirit. Come on, man. Give me a break. I just can't do it forever. Two spirit. Yeah, I got it. 2S LGBTQIA plus is an acronym for Two Spirit. How did Two Spirit, like what? When did that get added to it? Two Spirit? What does that add to the whole thing? And why are we celebrating asexual? Like asexual, but that's not a thing. Asexual, what? Doesn't mean anything. Queer and or questioning. Oh, wow. Questioning, really? I guess then I could be out. Yeah. I have questions. Queer and or questioning. Intersex and asexual. Asexual, man. Give me a break. Asexual. Like it's... You can have an identity just by not having sex, or like, what is that? Two spirit. Yeah, two spirit is that? What the hell, man? Let me ask. When did 2S get added to LGBTQ? Terms rise. Here we go. Oh, come on, man. Two spirit. Why NRS includes 2S, National Runaway Safe Line. This has to do with indigenous people? What? Yeah, it's just so confused. The why NRS includes 2S and LGBTQIA 2S plus. The language, okay. Okay, all right, forget that. You've likely seen the acronym LGBTQ. Well, LGBTQ plus is the recommended acronym. You may find other organizations use LGBTQI or LGBTQIA. In 2020, the National Runaway Safe Line began using LGBTQIA2S plus to recognize those who identify as two spirit. This phrase refers to people who identify as having both a masculine and a feminine spirit. Isn't that everyone? Historically, two-spirit people were among the most respected in their communities, often serving as community healers, ceremonial leaders, or caregivers to the elderly or orphaned children. This is consistent across many cultures who experienced extreme oppression and intergenerational trauma through periods of colonization. Today, young people who identify as two-spirit may suffer from inequalities perpetuated by a legacy of discriminatory laws and practices. By utilizing 2S+, NRS hopes to acknowledge underserved people in indigenous and native communities. Yeah, it'd be cool to come up with, I don't know, a prank or something where you're adding more stuff and get people to buy into it. If you like, I mean, the prank would be like, oh, now it's, and figure out more letters to add and some justification for it. What happens, see, the thing is like eventually, so far all the letters are different, but eventually a letter might repeat. It was so much simpler back when it was LGB. All right, so let's see what the response is to this thing. Like, yeah, Will says, if you have masculine and feminine, you're balanced. Yeah, like, it doesn't everyone have a masculine and feminine side? I thought that was like, I'm reading the article about it. Oh, there's the guy with his fist raised. Cool afro, dude. Genuinely, though. In a historic act of partisan retaliation, the chamber voted 72-25 to oust Justin Jones and 69-26 to expel Justin Pearson, but they didn't have enough votes to remove the white lady. Oh, here, I'll show you. After a shooter opened fire at the Covenant School in Nashville, the three lawmakers, dubbed the Tennessee Three, said they joined the protest to speak out for Tennesseans whose voices have been ignored. The unprecedented move stunned many and marked an escalation in partisan rancor dominating some state houses. In some cases, Republican-led legislators have taken steps to marginalize Democrats, particularly over gun control and social issues. Yeah, this guy said is kind of true. Is that it's not. Oh, okay. So Jones is half black, half Filipino. That's why I was that's why I wasn't sure. The first guy, the one they're calling Black Jesus, black and Filipino. County and city level officials will select replacements to serve. So they have to be replaced by somebody. Weird. I don't know. I don't know why they did it. I guess some people are happy about it, but I don't know why. It's just like an act of retribution. But whatever. Everything else is crazy. Why not? Okay, let's see what else I have. I've been streaming for a little while. Thanks, people who supported the stream today. Appreciate it. Make sure you follow me on Twitter and on Telegram. At t.me/lifttheveil411 or twitter.com/lifttheveil411. So it's actually pretty consistent. What did I say that was bad for Canada? Yeah, I have to be careful. But I say. Listen to this. Hold on. This is a deep. Oh, maybe I should work on more deep fakes. You guys thought those were funny? That's cool. Yeah, I thought they were funny too. I posted them on Twitter though. They didn't go viral or anything. People are showing this other stuff that isn't even funny. Like, check this out. This is like something people are showing, but I don't even think this is funny. It's just better animated. So maybe I just need to write some stuff and animate it.
So I went to the beach that makes you old.
You went to the what?
The beach that makes you old.
The beach that makes you old?
Yeah, man, the beach that makes you old.
Excuse me?
I got to tell you about this beach. It made me old.
You have to know that's not possible.
Look at me, man. I'm old as hell. And it's because I went to the beach that makes you old.
There are a million reasons why you might look the way you look. I'm not going to entertain the idea that a beach could make you old.
Wait, actually, I think it's the rocks on the beach, not the beach itself. Something to do with the cliffs.
What are you talking about?
Had to swim through coral to get out.
Stop.
But I'm still old.
Enough. Let's say hypothetically that a beach could actually make you old.
The rocks.
The rocks. Let's say the rocks could make you old. How much of you is getting old? Does your metabolism speed up? Do you need to pee more frequently?
Man, listen.
Do your fingernails grow faster?
Man.
Your hair?
I don't know, man. I just got old.
I'm finding it hard to believe. It doesn't hold together logically.
I don't know what to tell you. I wasn't old and now I'm old. I think it was because I went to the beach that makes you old.
This is all pretty ridiculous.
You want to see for yourself?
Sure. Why not?
You can go to the beach if you want. But you'll get old.
I doubt it.
Look at how fucking old I am.
I'm not going to get old.
You will get old.
I won't.
You will.
The beach will not make me old.
Yeah.
Okay, man. But don't say I didn't warn you about getting old. Jamie, pull up the directions to the beach that makes you old.
I'm not going to get old on the beach.
Good luck, man.
Who wrote that? Like, what is that? It's not even comedy. So anyway, I could come up with stuff better than that for sure. So if people just like to see it animated, then I understand. Yeah, I would have thought like my Ron DeSantis clip was pretty funny. I posted it to some people, but I don't know if, well, the way I made it was with a fixed image. So maybe I need a moving image or something. I'm talking to somebody about it. This is a song with Jay-Z on it, but it's not really Jay-Z.
Yeah, you tell the young they can never become what they aspire to. Born in a cell with no one who can inspire you.
Your highs are was never as high as those that lie to you.
Pretending that they live in the sky, lying behind your roof.
Shooting holes up at your ceiling, trying to find the proof, trying to fight the feeling, the truth.
Tied up like a noose they've been concealing.
Dipped in diamonds so that you find it appealing.
Time for dealing. Despite y'all dealing, we are the savages, the natives who fight the appeal of all your lavishes. The brave who find what is real and call it as it is.
And use a mind of will to escape the laws of averages.
To be rich and broke.
Could it be broke and rich? You see it all gets flipped by those who master this.
Who give a whole new meaning to what you mastered.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying it's a great song or anything, but it does sound like Jay-Z. And apparently it's totally fake. So I'm looking at all these different things you can do with AI. Oh, wow. And see, there's text to audio. Text to audio diffusion, where you just give it a prompt and it makes music. All right, let's listen to that. Oh, that's really bad. That's really bad. Let's see this.
You might notice that I sound like Kanye West. No, Yeezy didn't record a voiceover for me for this video. I didn't learn how to do impressions. This is AI.
So let me come back to my original voice for a second because this is crazy. Today on Metaverse, I posted AI Kanye covering popular songs. Here's an example of him singing Day and Night.
Whoa, I toss and turn, I keep stressing my mind.
So that's clearly crazy. And I started thinking, what are the implications of this for the music industry? Now all you have to do is record reference vocals and replace it with a trained model of any musician you like, which is exactly what I did. I found this Kanye style beat on YouTube. I wrote 8 bars and I'm going to record them now. And then I'm going to have AI Kanye replace me. I got a fantasy that's beautiful, that's dark and twisted. But I attacked the whole religion all because of my ignorance. What was I thinking? That was some bitch shit. I lost Adidas, but I'm still Yeezy. Back in the kitchen, man, I'm a genius. Boys in the hood, just like I'm easy. Kanye, Weezy, Southside of Chicago, life ain't easy. All praise be to Lord Jesus, Donda, please rest easy. All right, let me cut it there. So let's hear those vocals I just recorded now with Kanye over there.
I got a fantasy that's beautiful, that's dark and twisted. But I attacked the whole religion all because of my ignorance. What was I thinking? That was some bitch shit. I lost Adidas, but I'm still Yeezy. Back in the kitchen, man, I'm a genius. Boys in the hood, just like I'm easy. Kanye, Weezy, Southside of Chicago, life ain't easy. All praise be to Lord Jesus, Donda, please rest easy. All right, let me cut it there.
Yo, that new Yeezy track goes hard. might win a Grammy for that one.
That's really good.
That's crazy, right? And keep in mind, this is the worst that AI will ever be. In just a few years, basically every popular musician will have multiple trained models of them. And also the UI, the front end of this, is all going to get a lot simpler, which is kind of what we're building with Illuna, by the way. Go check that out, illuna.ai. But things are going to move very, very fast over the next 2 years. You're going to be listening to songs by your favorite artists that are completely indistinguishable. You're not going to know whether it's them or not. And I'm just starting to think of all the good, all the bad that's going to come out of this. I want to hear your thoughts in the comments, so drop those below. Let me know what you think, and we'll catch you in the next video. Peace.
Well, yeah, that's how I was thinking too. I was like, because I've been fucking around with the AI voice generator. Did you guys hear Admiral Levine? Hold on. Did you guys hear this one? Hold on.
Happy Transgender Day of Visibility. I'm Admiral Rachel Levine. For the second year in a row, the transgender flag is flying over our department in Washington, D.C. And this is an affirmation of the administration's support for education that confuses children about their gender and experimental medical treatment, which can lead to permanent infertility. We believe that starting in kindergarten, children should be told they can be any gender they want to be, and children should be taken away from parents that don't immediately affirm their child's choice. If you're so much of a bigot that you don't believe children, then we think the state is better qualified to raise your vulnerable child.
That's they put breaths in there. That's how they make it believable. You guys like that one? Have I saved that one? Let me make sure I saved the Admiral Levine. Rachel Levine. Rachel Levine on trans kids. I think I shared that on my... See, I can share... The thing about Telegram is I can just share like audio. I don't have to even match it with video. For Twitter, I have to turn these things. Like I just usually use like a set image to do it. No, Sheeny done it though. Like they put in breathing. But yeah, Scott, what you're saying is yeah, like pop music is going to be like, why you don't need to bring the artist in anymore. You know, I've been talking about this for a long time because I was aware that that's the direction things were going. Mostly talking about how like they'll be able to clone me. But like I could bring my mom back. Like my mom's not around anymore. Like if I had a recording of her, I could you know, I don't know, it's kind of weird, but if you have a recording of anybody, you can clone them and then write whatever you want for them. So yeah, I mean, just gives you, and that way, and like, then you can say, well, I don't know, because I was writing, because I have stuff for stand-up comedy too, which I don't normally, I don't do it because I get uncomfortable sometimes, and also my material is a little racy for my area. But like I'm thinking in the future, I'll be able to write comedy material, let's say, for I'm just thinking you could take Dave Chappelle and you could write jokes for him and then have like a fake AI version of Dave Chappelle telling your jokes, and maybe even like a fake audience and stuff. Just like that guy did with the Kanye rap. Like it sounded like, I like Kanye West, but it sounded good actually. I mean, I thought it was actually pretty good. And it sounded better with Kanye's voice than it did with that guy's voice. So I could see why he would want to write I would see why he'd want to write music for somebody else. Yeah, well, yeah, right. I know. It's all fake. It's true. Be more busker. I know. But there's, well, for me, is I like writing the material, but I write skits, but I don't have actors to perform them, and I don't and like sometimes it's more appropriate if it's somebody else. But think about this, like Tucker Carlson or any news person. Actually, they're doing this with AI news. So this is where I'm thinking things are going to go is, there already are AI news people in other countries where they have like sanctioned 24/7 news being read by AI with a fake AI news anchor. Here, let's see the video of it. World's first AI news anchor debuted in China. I mean, that happened in 2018. Holy shit. So India has a news anchor here. Oh, this is great. I got to figure out, okay, this is what I need. So this is what I was thinking of doing is writing the news for fake news anchors, but having it also be kind of, have them say funny stuff. Here, let's check this out. Get out of here. Those people do look real. Let's see. I think this is going to load. I don't know. Is it loading? Yeah. Okay. Here, let's see. Thanks for saying tuned in. I didn't change the title yet. The Real News with, oh, thanks. I think I got an extra super chat. Thanks.
Did you know you can get discounts on your meds even if you don't have a Medicare prescription drug plan? It's true.
Come on, man. Let's go. I want to see these.
All you have to do is go to singlecare.com, type in your prescription, and then present the coupon to your pharmacist. It's that simple. Not to mention, it's free. SingleCare is accepted by major pharmacies across the country, and it works for everyone, whether you have insurance or not. Next time you need a prescription filled, go to SingleCare to make sure you get the best price.
Come on.
Visit singlecare.com and start saving today.
Give me a break. All right, here we go.
Everyone, this is Wolf News. I'm Alex.
On first glance, these look like news anchors. And the top leaders of China. On second glance, you might notice something uncanny. The two heads of state exchange. And how their voices don't align with their mouth movements. That's because they aren't real people. They're deep fake avatars made with artificial intelligence. It's unclear who's behind this, but last year, pro-China bot accounts sent them out over Twitter and Facebook.
But this is the first time we've seen footage of an entirely fictitious fake person used in a politically motivated influence operation. This particular set of videos was promoted by an operation that we call Spamouflage, which we've been tracking since at least 2019. And routinely amplifies narratives that align with Beijing's strategic interests.
Research firm Graphica issued a report on this broader campaign that says, in part, more videos portrayed the U.S. in a negative light than focused on any other theme, presenting it as a law-breaking, hegemonistic, racked by civil strife, and failing in the fight against COVID-19. This meeting is of great significance. They push China's geopolitical agenda.
Gun violence has killed nearly 40,000 people.
And expose America's shortcomings. The U.S. National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence says AI is deepening the threat posed by cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns that Russia, China, and others are using to infiltrate our society, steal our data, and interfere in our democracy.
Hey there, I'm Anna.
Hey there, I'm Jason.
And these fake news anchors, they were made with technology from British artificial intelligence company Synthesia.
Let me show you how easy it is to create your own deep fake video. So
great,
I'm on the Synthesia company website. I'm clicking on
Synthesia?
create a free AI video. And for the script, how about let's have the avatar say, "Hi, I'm a correspondent for CNN. They say I'll get the video in my email in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm a correspondent for CNN. Thanks, Anderson, for having me on your show.
Synthesia's website shows its technology is mainly used for corporate training and marketing videos. The company said in a statement to CNN, the recent videos that emerged are in breach of our terms of service, and we have identified and banned the user in question. Graphico says these news anchor deepfake videos are low quality and did not get a lot of traction on social media.
To build a better world with artificial.
But this technology is spreading rapidly around the world. A few years ago, a Chinese tech firm made this deepfake video of then President Donald Trump speaking Mandarin as a demonstration to promote their company's technology at a Beijing conference. Chinese state media has even created a whole team of AI news anchors. They're showing it off as a novel new technology that can mass produce shows with these anchors that can work 24/7. The proliferation of deepfake videos makes it dramatically harder to combat disinformation. Experts say its use by foreign and criminal actors will only grow, bending our reality.
Oh, wow. I wonder if I hope the video, shit, I kind of forgot. It didn't give me a warning or anything, I don't think. Okay. All right. That's cool. Sometimes when I play stuff, it gives me a copyright warning. Yeah. It says I can write a script for him, but it says political, sexual, and discriminatory content will not be approved. So yeah, I'm pretty screwed because I really have jokes that are political, sexual, and discriminatory altogether. Pretty much all exclusively. So I was going to write a script for somebody taking on let's see if there's a good video of the TikTok conference. Oh yeah, shit. I need to change the breaking the real news. Let's see. Breaking the real news. If you want to drop a coffee or anything, go ahead. It's up to you. Alex Stein was just live. Let's see. What was I going to look up? Oh, yeah. TikTok. TikTok hearings highlights. Let's see. I wonder if they were good. Mr. Chi. Okay, here's maybe a good one. Let's see. This might be the kind of guy.
Some creators were frustrated that Congress members wouldn't let the TikTok CEO speak during the hearing.
Oh my God. This government is infuriating.
The hearing went on for about...
God, what the hell? These YouTube shorts are like taking over everything.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Only if the user turns on the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, I may not understand the
If I have TikTok app on my phone and my phone is on my home Wi-Fi network, does TikTok access that network?
It will have to access the network to get connections to the internet, if that's the question.
Is it possible that it could access other devices on that home Wi-Fi network?
Congressman, we do not do anything that is beyond any industry norms. I believe the answer to your question is no. It could be technical. Let me get back to you.
Okay, I'd appreciate it if you can answer that. Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home?
I was thinking about getting a deep fake of one of those guys. Asking about TikTok's masturbation algorithm. Just because I thought it'd be funny if they said that. They're like, how does TikTok? TikTok is so messed up. But is that bill that bill's not gonna pass, is it? That whatever it is. Let's see. All right, so there's that. I'll play this video just in case it's interesting. Thanks, people are here. Appreciate you guys. Follow me on my things.
A guy and a guy cannot have sex. It cannot happen. Cannot. I mean, you can make it work in the sense that you can sort of like hump an orifice in the same way that you could have sex with a pumpkin. You know, have sex with watermelon. Have sex with, you know, anything really, right? If you're talking about friction, you're talking about mechanical dynamics here. But a guy and a guy cannot have sex. It cannot happen. Cannot. I mean.
That's funny. Scott, I have a meme for you. See if you think this one's funny. I dropped this on one of them. Let's see. I was just getting into it. Somebody today. Oh, did you guys hear Spuds McKenzie was a girl? Spuds McKenzie, the dog, was a girl. People are saying Spuds was trans. But the Budweiser boycott might happen. I was just arguing with a bunch of people about there's different beer brands under the Anheuser-Busch logo. If you guys are participating, Corona, Beck's, Modelo. Let's see. Oh, that was pretty good. That one was famous. That one's actually funny about Robert Reich. He's a communist, son. That's the Indian guy that has all the gold. There's my DoorDash memes. There's Trump. That is arraignment. And then I was just going to give you a flat earth meme. Oh, right here. That one, Scott. That's just for you. I left that under this tweet. So there you go, Scott. Space is fake and gay. Changed my mind. All right. I think that's it. I think that's the show for today. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks for people who supported the show, who made it all possible. Kept me from going back out there today. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, if you guys support the show, that helps me do it. Otherwise, I have to. Oh, thanks, Spaldo. Hey, thanks, Spaldo. Awesome. Thanks, Spaldo. Yeah, we did over 4 hours today. Huh? Shows you we're working. We're not against work. We're not opposed to hard work like people think. Thanks, Baldo. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to fix the DLive titles. Thanks, Gammarama. Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna try to do that right now. Let's see. I hope. Let's see if my login information is stored. If I just call it the real news, then I'll never have to change the title, right? Oh, cool. I'm already logged in. Oh, excellent.
And interesting.
People are just gambling on DLive. It's all gambling. And Patriot Soapbox. That website is so ridiculous. Where's my oh, I have some cash there too. I should withdraw. I actually have some cash. What the hell, man? Give me where the hell did the okay, I gotta refresh. I'm gonna try to fix DLive right now if I can. There it is. Live dashboard. Okay, you ready? Let's see how many people are tuned in. Come on. Give me a break. What the hell, man? Why did it do that? Okay. I'm gonna try to fix it right now. You can look at my thing. Okay, this is come on. Come on, show me something. Oh, come on, man. What the fuck? This is crazy. The website's so messed up. Can't believe you guys still watch on there. Like, why do you? I'm gonna try one more time. Just because you demanded it. Gamma Rama says, "You think you can make me dance this week? You mean for? Oh, here we go. S dashboard. Okay, here we go. I type it in myself. S.
I've used that
dashboard.
whistle. I don't know how many times.
That's some old lady who's gambling right now on DLive. Hey, Sumi, what's up? Hey. Yeah, we can maybe go to the park. What just happened, man? Oh, there's something wrong with DLive, bros. Sorry, man. There's something wrong with the site. I'd like put in dashboard and won't even let me go there. I put in dlive.tv/s/dashboard. And it starts to load. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's loaded. And then it goes back to the home screen. Okay, well, I tried. Sorry, Gamma Rama. Look, I can show you right now if you want. Look. I'll show you. Here, check this out. That's DLive. And then I go to dashboard. And watch this. It loads up. Watch. There it is. That's my dashboard. Right. That's where my title goes. Oh, it's gone. And DLive. It's so fucked up. So it doesn't work. Sorry. But eventually, maybe I'll get coffees from you if I can fix it. Okay. I'm going to take Sumi to the park. I'll try to think of some other funny stuff. Follow me on my platforms and so forth. And thanks to the people who supported the show today. You guys make it happen. And I'll see you guys. I'll
let you know they could still hear you on my stream.
Oh my God. People are streaming. Old folk gaming. Okay. All right, guys. See you at the next one. For now, that's what it is.